Hello there, Mr. Lee.
Good morning, Judge. How are you?
I am okay. How about yourself?
Good.
Good. Okay, we're still missing a couple of people. I think we have a couple minutes.
While we're not on the record, I thought I'd mention some people have been inspired by some of our discussion to go researching the history of that logo. And I got to say, the truth is way more boring than everything we've discussed. So I'm just going to leave it alone.
Okay. I especially like the Safeway. I thought that was pretty humorous.
Yep.
It's like, yes, we like it a little humor. Well, I guess while we're waiting, are we going to have any procedural matters that we need to deal with once we go on the record?
Your Honor, I don't know if we need to discuss it on the record, but just give you a heads up. I think there's a supplement to hearing bench 5 that SPS will be submitting very shortly.
Okay. And
Are you all able to hear me? I apologize.
Yes, sir.
yes, I
I
can.
can't hear you all yet. Just one second.
I had that issue last month for a few weeks. That was when I got to walk around with my phone on Zoom. They ended up having to reinstall the whole operating system. I almost thought for a minute I might be getting a new computer. No.
My laptop died Sunday night. That was exciting.
Ah,
Your Honor, also just a heads up that we did submit the errata bench 6 yesterday evening after the end of the day.
okay. We'll be talking about that. Okay. Well, I think we've got, nope, one more. Okay, I thought you were already here. Okay. All right, well, I think we're ready to go on the record again from our recess last evening. Good morning to everyone. Welcome to day 4 of our hearing in case number 20-00238. And I believe that a housekeeping matter that I wanted to address, there were some outstanding hearing bench request responses, and we have SPS's response to the 5th bench request from the hearing that was filed yesterday. And you've indicated before we went on the record, Mr. Du Bois, there's going to be an errata or a supplement to that?
There's a supplement to bench 5 that should be coming very shortly. And while we're at it, Your Honor, Commissioner Hall, Chairman Fishman, we submitted the errata to Commissioner Hall's request 6-1 yesterday evening.
Okay. And then SPS has also filed the hearing bench request response regarding cash flow, and that was filed on the 27th. And SPS filed actually the bench request was issued on the 27th. Yeah, and it was filed on the 27th. And then SPS has filed a response to the 8th hearing bench request regarding the S&P document as testified to, I believe, by Ms. Martin, and that was filed also on the 27th. So I believe that parties have had an opportunity to review these documents. Is there any objection to the response to hearing bench request 5 filed by SPS? Hearing none, SPS hearing bench request 5.
Madam Chair, I'm still not satisfied with the format and the content of, well, the content of what I received in the supplement, and I will have to well, what I'd like to do is examine that more carefully and get back to you later in the day with that. So I can, apparently I need to try to get more clear instructions, and I'm working on that right now. So no, I'm not satisfied with that yet.
Okay, I'm referring to hearing bench request 5, Commissioner Hall.
Oh no, I'm talking about 6. I apologize.
Any objection to the response to 5? Hearing none. Hearing bench request 5 is admitted. Mr. Du Bois, am I correct that?
Madam Hearing Examiner,
Yes, sir.
this is Commissioner Fishman. I was trying to talk, but I couldn't get off mute there. I hadn't yet reviewed 5, and I wanted to review that. And obviously the addendum to it. So that's something I can do during a break or as these proceedings are going on. So I'm not quite sure we're ready to admit that.
All right. I will wait then.
So I will get a look at that as quickly as possible. And if I may ask, Mr. Du Bois, does the what you're adding, I assume you wouldn't be adding it unless it was had a significant impact on what you've submitted so far on bench request 5?
Chairman Fishman, it doesn't change the numbers that were in there. It just explains where the imputed debt actually goes in some more detail.
Okay. Yeah, so I'd want to look at that as well. So hopefully we get that pretty quick.
It should be very soon.
Okay, thank you. And I just crashed last night before I got around to reading it, and I apologize.
Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No.
With regard to SPS response to the 7th bench request issued during the hearing, am I correct? I guess I need a clarification about what happened to 6.
Not all the information is presented, so
This is the hearing bench request, Commissioner Hall.
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Mr. Du Bois, were 2 of the hearing bench requests subsumed within each other, or do you still owe 6?
Your Honor, we had had a discussion, and I think there were 2 things going on. One was we had combined the information that had been discussed for hearing 5 and 6 into 5 as a single
Okay.
one. And we also had some confusion between talking about bench 6, which was Commissioner Hall's set from Friday, which we just had a numbering discussion.
Okay.
Confusion issue.
Okay. So bench request, hearing bench request 6, which was the outstanding PPA liability, is subsumed now in bench request 5.
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Okay, and hearing bench request 7 was Commissioner Hall's question about the cash flow, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objection to what has been identified as SPS response to the hearing bench request 7? Hearing none, the hearing bench request 7 will be admitted. And then finally, with regard to SPS hearing bench request response 8, which is the S&P document that Ms. Martin testified about. Any objection to hearing exhibit response, SPS response regarding hearing bench request 8? Hearing none, SPS response to hearing bench request 8 will be admitted. And I believe that takes care of, with the exception of the supplement to bench request 5, that takes care of all of the hearing bench requests to SPS. Is that correct, Mr. Du Bois?
is what I have, Your Honor.
Very well. Let's talk about the Commissioner Hall's bench request responses. It's my understanding that that SPS filed a response to the superseding errata 6th bench request on July 27th. Subsequently, yesterday, SPS filed a revised response to the superseding errata 6th bench request. Correct? Mr. Du Bois?
Yes, Your Honor.
And then also, I believe yesterday, SPS filed a response to the superseding errata 6th bench request order part 2. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. And so those are the 3 SPS responses to the superseding 6th bench request errata order. Additionally, yesterday, the New Mexico Large Customer Group and Occidental filed its response to that order, as well as the Attorney General, who filed a response to that order. Is anybody aware of any other response that I have not mentioned to the superseding errata 6th bench request? Okay, not hearing any. Then I believe, as Commissioner Hall has indicated, she believes that the SPS responses regarding the first part of the question are not yet what she's looking for. And my understanding, Commissioner Hall, is you're gonna look at those and then let SPS know and the parties know if there's something further. Is that correct?
Correct.
Very well. And Commissioner Hall, do you want the responses entered as commission exhibits?
Not at this time.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Any other procedural issues that we need to deal with regarding any outstanding motions or exhibit responses?
Yes, Madam Chair. So as you were talking, I just reviewed the response to bench request 5, and it is responsive as to what S&P has considered a liability for its credit rating purposes, but I do not see, and I might be missing it, but I do not see any calculation of the total amount of liability that has been committed to by SPS in this particular case. I'm saying that really horribly. I apologize. There's no totaling of the total outstanding commitment on these purchase power agreements that I can find.
Mr. Du Bois?
Chairman Fishman, the first line of the response reflects that SPS's PPA obligations are approximately $4.5 billion.
Oh, is that on the first attachment? Is that where I missed it?
That's in the text of the initial text response to bench request number 5.
Okay, I went straight to the chart and I missed it. So thank you for getting me on board there.
Anything further, Mr. Chair?
No, thank you.
All right, if we don't have any other procedural issues, I believe that the chairman had questions for our first witness of the day, Dr. Gigax. So Mr. Lee, if you would please, good morning. Let me see your face. Where are you? Oh, there you are, Doctor. Good morning, sir. And you'll need to unmute yourself. And if Mr. Lee would please swear you in.
Would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Good morning, Mr.
Good morning.
Gagak.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
I'm feeling a little awkward here. I'm questioning my teacher. So anyway, I just to let you know, everyone appreciates all you do to educate folks in the utility industry in New Mexico about rate making. And we appreciate all the great work that you do over at New Mexico State.
Thank you.
So, I've expressed that in this case, I have a concern on the stipulation about the fact that residential rates in the stipulation are going up 11% or close to 11%, 10.8, somewhere in there. And that large industrial transmission rates, just as an example, are going down 1.5%. And so I'll just start with a big general question on that, and all the questions that I ask, and some of it's going to get a little bit philosophical, if you will, or theoretical.
Sure.
But just your comments on it. In looking at this rate, would there, in your estimation, be any concern over the concept of gradualism in terms of changing the rates in so differently, or absorbing the revenue increase, the revenue requirement increase at such a different rate between those classes?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. That is always a concern in terms of the rate increases, the relative increase across classes. Okay. In my analysis, I focused on the base rates. Okay, so given that we were starting in the stipulation with an overall 19.32%, I think that was a key driver there. And Andrea Crane yesterday noted the factors that led to that. After the 19.32% increase, I pretty much focused on the base rates and what the residential classes percent of the overall average was. And in the stipulation, the overall base rate increase given to total residentials was 107.5%. Okay, so a relatively small increase above the overall average. In fact, the 107.5% attached to the residential was exactly what I recommended in my testimony for exactly the reasons and the concerns that you've expressed in this hearing. The cap of 107.5% led to just a small increase above average. And I thought that was a lot better given the concerns of rate shock, particularly coming off of a pandemic, was a lot more gradual than the 125% and the 150% attachment given by other parties. So when I looked at the step, and again, I want to emphasize, I was not privy to the detailed discussions of the revenue distribution or the rate design. Basically, how that all shook down was I was shown the final result, okay, and by the AG's office, and I looked at the relative percentages, and I felt good about that. So I approved the revenue distribution that was resulting from the discussions because of that 107.5. Okay, any rate increase nowadays is going to be a burden. There's absolutely no doubt about it. We're coming off a rate increase from the SPS rate case 2 years ago. We're coming off a pandemic. So the notion of gradualism was a very big concern of mine. The problem that I was working with was the fact that we knew Hale and Sagamore was going to come into base rates, or the Sagamore and the additional Hale, and that was going to be a big hit. All right, so I think that's what drove the 19, primarily drove the 19.32% in the stipulation, which I kind of took as a given. I was more concerned about the percent increase above average for the residential class.
Right.
So yes, it's always a concern.
Well,
But-
I want to step back just a second, and you mentioned the 107. Describe that's 107%. Am I taking that right?
Yeah, 107.5% of the overall average base rate increase.
Uh-huh.
So you take the so you increase the 19.32 by 107.5%. Yes.
And that calculation was arrived at how?
In my direct testimony, good question. In my direct testimony, I was very concerned about that percentage being too high. So what I did is
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
what I did is I set the 107.5% so that the total residential base rate increase that I recommended as a result of that was a tad lower than what SPS proposed. So I didn't think that at that point in my contested position that advocating a rate increase that was higher than what SPS proposed would go over too well in the AG's office.
Okay. So you mentioned 125%, and that is under generally accepted rate-making principles that more of this increase would have gone to residences than you actually ascribed. That's the difference between the 107 and 125. Would that be accurate?
Yes, the various interveners proposed their own rate moderation percentages, and when you look at the other interveners, except for staff, they ranged from 125% of the overall average to 150, 155%. Okay. That, and so when I looked at that and then looked at what the resulting base rate increase would be on the based on the AG's revenue requirement number, it would be significantly higher than what even SPS proposed, which I didn't think would have been a good recommendation.
And those numbers, the 125 and the 150 under, I'll just call it traditional rate making formulas, is based to some degree on the fact that, and tell me if I'm correct in stating this, based on the fact that residential customers, first of all, there's all the fixed stuff that goes on. They've got meters, they've got distribution expenses that clearly large general service transmission doesn't have. So you've got all that in there, but you've also got the fact that their usage is peaky, and because of their load curve, if you will, it's the formulas basically take into account that they create the need for more generation capacity and certainly fixed costs as a result of that peakiness, so we can have standby, we can have reserve to cover those peaks. Is that a pretty clumsy recitation there, but is that kind of on track?
Yeah, yes. The residential class, as you point out, is a peaky load. There's no doubt about that. That's why when you move to demand allocators, like or coincidental peak demand allocators, excess demand allocators, that more of the costs would be borne by the residential class in a class cost of service study, as compared to, say, an energy allocator. When it comes to the 125 and 150 versus 107.5, okay, there's really no exact number that is a tradition or scientifically derived. It's based on precedents, and there is a general guideline, and that is that the larger the overall base rate increase, typically then the smaller will be that band. So in other words, and that's an example in this case, that if you have pushing a 20% overall rate increase, then whereas 150% cap might have made sense when you have a small overall base rate percent increase, not so much when you have a large one. Okay, and we have had cases in the past, particularly if you look at SPS's last contested rate case, where the overall rate increase was relatively small. Okay, and so that the cap was relatively large. All right, I think in that last contested case, the cap was put at about 140%, but the overall increase was around the neighborhood of 3%. So, but when you're talking about large overall base rate increases, then that's where general guidelines is that you want to make that cap percentage smaller. Now, how much smaller is not scientifically determined. But again, I picked the 107.5 in my direct testimony because I didn't want to end up proposing a base rate increase that was larger than what SPS proposed.
Understood. Now, from my perspective, what I'm looking at from a policy side is overall bill impact. And now we have this extra factor that's included here, that in the brave new world of renewables, we didn't think about in the past. It was just the pass-through cost, and that's fuel. And that when we make this investment in owned renewable assets that don't have a fuel cost, more of the total cost gets moved to, in fact, almost all of the total cost on the generation side gets moved to the capital, the cost, carrying costs, if you will.
Is that a question, sir?
No, I'm getting there, as opposed to fuel costs. Would it be, is it correct to say that as you go to owned renewables that don't use fuel, that's going to tend to push, because of the peakiness of residential, a higher share of the cost, total cost of generation to residences?
That actually depends on what allocation method that you're using.
Okay.
Okay.
What are some of the options that would be?
Sure. The standard options for demand related allocators. Okay. Since you're talking about a demand related cost here, fixed capital cost, would be average demand would be one, which is essentially an energy allocator.
Mhm.
There would be a coincidental peak allocator. All right, 4CP, 12CP, 2CP, those types. Okay, now that's not average excess demand. I'm talking about just the coincidental peak allocators.
Yep.
All right, and then there's average excess demand. Okay, is another option, and with that option, you're using an average between an energy allocator and an excess demand allocator. Now, excess demand allocator is different than a coincidental peak. It uses coincidental peak, but what you're looking at in excess is the excess demand, the difference between the average demand and the peak demand. Okay, and that is an allocator that that really allocates a lot of the cost to residentials, again, because as you point out, they're peaky. All right. And then there are other hybrids. Okay, average and excess isn't the only hybrid that you could use. There's also average and peak. All right, which looks at an average between the average demand and peak demand instead of the excess.
Okay.
And so if you were to look at the residential class in terms of the methodologies that would allocate the greater degree of cost to that class to less, all right, the one that would allocate the most amount of cost would be the excess demand. Okay. And then after that would be the coincidental peak demand. All right. Now, average and excess demand is relatively close to, in terms of the percent allocators, to the coincidental peak demand. So those are real close together. All right. Average and peak
Go ahead.
is lower.
Okay.
I'm sorry, average and peak is,
Lower.
thank you.
Yeah. So in its initial proposal, SPS, I believe basically just used an energy allocator on, I guess it was Sagamore that was being added, is how I recall the testimony. And I believe that was an issue of some debate and dispute.
Oh, yeah.
Is there any reason that an energy allocator could not be used?
No, it is within, as I mentioned in my testimony, it is within a zone of reasonable options. Okay. The one problem with an energy allocator is it doesn't account for any capacity value that the facility would have. And that in itself is very controversial, as you well know,
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
Sure.
How much capacity credit to give to renewables? has always been a contentious topic, and in my opinion, will continue to be a contentious topic as we move forward. So I think the interveners gave their arguments for having capacity credit for the renewables, and the company gave their arguments why they do not accredit capacity in terms of the allocators. And so that is a big topic. And as you know, if the stipulation was to be approved, then what we've done is as Madam Hearing Examiner has coined, kick the can twice, which in and of itself I don't have a problem with. It may actually lead to some real detailed discussion about, you know, what are the appropriate allocators to use. I think this is a concern of yours, I've heard during the course of this hearing, in a more intensive renewable world. And
Yeah.
I think I would, as in addition to some of the earlier witnesses who suggested that perhaps a generic docket on that particular issue would be very valuable, and I would agree with that.
Yeah, I'm looking at, well, it might have been in Mr. Hudson's testimony or Mr. Grant, I can't remember, but I recall the figure 45% of the energy will be renewables with these new wind farms on in place. And to me, it's not like, and tell me if you agree with this, in SPS's case, renewable energy isn't the future. At 45% of your generated energy, it's here.
I agree, Mr. Chairman.
We're playing catch up in terms of thinking about this. It feels like to me. Would you agree?
I would agree, and I would also add to that very high percent renewables, as you're full aware of, based on the amendments to the Renewable Energy Act, will be facing all utilities in New Mexico,
Right.
as we move forward. A very large share of their fleet will be renewables, and that introduces a whole host of issues. In terms of allocation, however, I don't think the overall steps of a rate case will significantly change, in that, you know, we'll still be looking at revenue requirements, right?
Right.
Functionalize, classify, allocate cost, rate design.
I'm sorry, sir. A functionalized.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Functionalize, classify, and allocate costs. That will still be, you know, the steps we run through, but there will be, you know, whereas in the past, all the utilities in New Mexico tended to use the same allocator for generation in their class cost of service study, which was the average and excess demand, and for the most part 4CP. I think P&M used a 5CP where they threw in a winter peak in there, but that has been the standard allocation method used for generation. I think we're going to look a lot more seriously in the future of, you know, should different types of resources be allocated in different ways instead of throwing them all into one pool. And I would generally support looking at that when we look at whatever allocator we use for the renewables. Okay, we're going to have to reconcile the capacity issue. All right, people are going to have to get on the same page on that.
And actually, I wanted to, that's the next place I was going to go here, is as I look what's happening with renewables and intermittent generation, to me, capacity takes on kind of a whole new meaning. I feel like we can't be looking at capacity as just, one peak, coincident peak time during the day, because our capacity, or one peak demand time during the day, because our capacity is changing throughout the day. Is that a correct statement? Or is that a reasonable concern?
I think that's a reasonable concern. If I can try to paraphrase what you're saying,
Sure.
that the capacity credit given to renewables, particularly solar, acknowledges the fact that in a probabilistic sense, there will be renewables available at the system peak times. All right. That doesn't mean that the renewables are dispatchable in the same way that traditional facilities are. Okay, so because even though there's a high probability that solar will be available during the system peak times, there's also a chance, of course, that it'll be a cloudy, rainy day, and that won't happen. So it depends on how you end up valuing capacity credit. All right, and there are a number of ways to do that, and all of them should be looked at.
Okay. I'm gonna jump now to the fuel piece, and I believe that as I'm looking at the exhibit that's on the screen right now, and thank you, H.E. Hurst, for getting that up there. I believe it is correct to be looking at this in terms of total bill impact, including impact on fuel costs. And my understanding is, well, and certainly as we do the fuel and purchase power clause, this is an energy allocation, basically. It's per kilowatt hour, same for everybody, pretty much.
That's correct.
Were there, how is it you go about in these analysis? Well, it's per kilowatt hour charge, so it's covered. Okay. There's an interesting phenomenon here that goes on that could, it seems to me, affect the fuel allocation. And tell me if it does or not. Is if I'm generating at night 80% of my energy, and this is just an example, just for simplicity, 80% of my energy from wind and 20% from fossil fuel generation. That those customers that have a heavy nighttime use, well, let me extend the example. And then let's say during the day, I'm doing 100% fuel generated power. If I wanted to sort of break things down, I could say that, gee, daytime users are much more fuel intensive than nighttime users, and they should be allocated a lot more of the fuel cost. If I did a pure theoretical, accurate cost of service allocation, would that be a correct statement?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay. And now let's say that as utility, I had chosen, instead of investing in wind, I decided to invest in solar. And now, under that scenario, the nighttime users would have 100% fuel generated power. And the daytime users might have only 20% of their fuel power, 20% of their demand served by fuel. And that would totally flip the equation. Is that a correct statement?
Yes, in general, I would agree with that. And I would add to that that's why as the mix of generation and fuel usage changes through time, that the structure of the fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause then is revisited.
I'm sorry, sir. I'm sorry, sir. The mix of generation and fuel usage changes over time, and
The fuel and purchase power cost adjustment clause would be revisited.
Dr.
Okay.
Gigax, just for clarification, when would that occur?
Oh, that occurs. It's my understanding that occurs when the utility is applying to continue the use of their adjustment clause. And in the case of SPS, I believe that was most recently. And I have the case number somewhere, but I'm alluding to it and I can't find it. But I believe the final order in that was in February of this year. So from time to time, the utility renews their fuel and purchase power adjustment clause, and that's when it would be revisited.
Okay, but you're not
And-
saying in this case that those things were done.
No, absolutely not. In fact, yeah, that's correct, Madam Hearing Examiner. The fuel and purchase power adjustment clause was not an issue in this case, but it was an issue in the case I referred to a second ago, where the final order came out in February.
Thank you.
So what's interesting to me about this from a kind of a larger policy standpoint, I don't know if that's the right word, but I'll call it policy for now, is that if I'm a utility, what type of resource I choose then, if I'm doing strict cost of service, could have a huge impact on how I allocate, on how much cost gets allocated to which customers. So that if I served a lot through, if I serve 50% of my load through wind and the rest through fuel, I might end up versus 50% solar plus fuel sources, that I would, if I followed strict cost of service, I would have very different allocations of costs between the rate classes. Is that correct?
Yes, I would just add. Yes, I would just add to that it would depend on what cost allocation methodologies
Sure.
you chose for the various generation. In New Mexico, there's been a tradition of using 4CP average and excess demand for all generation. Now, if moving forward, we start to split that up where different allocation methods are used for different generation facilities, then of course that would change, and the mix would have a profound effect on what the resulting cost allocations were.
Well, yeah, So my question to you is, and maybe you already answered it, maybe it's just through cost allocators, but so I could look at utility A, that's 50% wind, 50% fossil fuel. Utility B, that's 50% solar, 50% fossil fuel. Largely similar customer bases. And they would be charging, could potentially be charging customer classes very different rates. Correct?
Correct.
So from kind of a larger policy perspective, I'm sort of struggling with whether there should be some kind of adjustment for that, because it seems that customer classes could largely be favored or disfavored just based on a resource choice that a utility made. That might be good from a system perspective, but in terms of equity between customers would have very different impacts. Does it feel to you that that's something we should be addressing as we look at these issues?
If, like I mentioned earlier, if we were to go to a generic docket where we discuss these things and examine them, then that would be one of the things we would definitely look at. I think that consistency across utilities that have similar generation mixes, all right, is a good attribute. And up to this point, we pretty much have had that because, like I said, all the utilities have used, for the most part, for their generation fleet,
Right.
4 CP average and excess demand. The renewables, it's kind of a mixed bag, of course. If you're recovering those costs through a rider, an RPS rider, then that's typically a per kilowatt hour charge. If it goes through the fuel and purchase power clause, that's again another per kilowatt hour charge. Okay, but even if we end up in New Mexico using different allocation methods for different facilities, if there was consistency across utilities, then, and I'm not necessarily saying that should be the case, but if there was, then the difference would be the percent mix of those facilities for each utility. But what all New Mexico utilities have in common, as you pointed out, is that as we move forward, the percent renewables is just going to keep getting bigger.
Yes. Okay, well, that's good for me. That clarifies a bunch of stuff, and I really appreciate your taking the time to help me struggle through defining the issues. And you really helped me do that. I appreciate it.
Okay, you're very welcome, Mr. Chairman, and good luck in your future policy endeavors. I know it's a very tough job.
There's always someone who hates you, no matter what you do. And so this is me. Will you join my pity party?
Yeah.
No? Okay. Thank you very much.
Are there, let me just stop the share so I can see the people. Okay, are there any follow-up questions?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who said that?
Sorry,
Miss-
Thor Nelson on behalf of the large customer group. If I might, I do have a couple of follow-up questions for Dr. Gigex.
Well, we're gonna go back and see if there's any redirect of the witness, and then I'll let you ask your question, sir.
My apologies, I
Okay.
got out of sequence.
Okay, Mr. Getcode, any follow-up questions for Dr. Gigex?
And no, no,
Okay,
thank you.
all right, Mr. Nelson, go ahead.
Thank you, hearing examiner. Good morning, Dr. Gigex. My name is Thor Nelson. I'm an attorney for the New Mexico Large Customer Group. I had just a couple of follow-up questions from your conversation with the chairman.
Sure.
And If I could, maybe to sort of level set a bit, could I
I'm
ask
sorry,
you,
if I could do,
if I could, to level set a bit, I would like to refer you to your direct testimony at page 12. So I think that will help guide the discussion a bit. And if you could just let me know when you have that in front of you.
Yes, and I'm Mr. Nelson. I'm looking at the second errata version filed on 5/25/21.
Yes,
And
thank you, Dr. Gigex. I appreciate that clarification. And for the record, that's the one I was referring to as well as the second revised version.
Okay, yes, and I'm looking at page 12 now.
Okay. And on that, you have a chart that summarizes your proposal in the case relative to class revenue allocations and compares that to the SPS proposed revenue allocations. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A couple of things that I just want to discuss with you to clarify sort of how your position differs from SPS's, and then discuss how your position is similar to the position that's in the stipulation, just so that we have that all straight. One of the things that I'll start with is, and at the far right column of this table, what is indicated is the Attorney General, or your proposed percentage increase in base rate revenues. And that column is calculated using the Attorney General's proposed base revenues, correct?
That's correct.
And the Attorney General's proposed base revenues, as was discussed yesterday by Ms. Crane, is actually pretty close to what the settlement base revenues ended up at. Is that fair?
That's fair.
Okay. Now, on that chart, as a starting point, you relied on the class cost of service that was presented by SPS as a starting point for your revenue allocation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the SPS cost study, as was discussed by yourself and others previously, that study allocated the Hale and Sagamore wind farm costs on an energy basis. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. And then off of that starting point, you then recommended certain caps on the increases at the 107.5% of system average that you discussed earlier with the chairman. Is that right?
That's correct. I just would add to that in my recommendations, I applied the 107.5% cap to all rate classes. So I unlike SPS, I did not give preferential treatment to any one particular rate class.
Well, and I very much appreciate that answer, because that's what I wanted to explore with you to make sure the record was clear on what the difference was between your approach and the SPS approach. And so let's talk about, in particular, the residential class. So under your methodology, would I be correct that if you compare the total New Mexico rate increase at the AG's proposed revenue requirement, that number is the 17.94% on the very bottom right-hand corner of this chart. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then using your methodology, the residential increase that the AG and yourself recommended was slightly higher than the system average. And it was 18.53 for residential and 20.54 for residential space heating up on the top right corner of the chart. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, by comparison, if you look at the second to the column just to the left of that, that's where you're presenting what SPS did. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And SPS's proposal was a overall increase in base rate revenues of 27.17% there at the bottom. Do you see that?
That's correct.
And then, as you discussed, though, they treated residential a bit differently than everybody else. And the SPS proposal at a 27.17% average increase was a residential increase of 18.64%. Is that right?
Yeah, for residential service, and then 20.65 for residential space heating.
Okay. And then could you explain why the SPS proposal ended up with a residential increase below the system average, whereas your proposal had a residential increase slightly above the system average, even though you used the same cost study? Why is there that difference, sir?
Oh, sure. Good question. Because of the rate that the method in which was used for the rate moderation. Okay. Like I said earlier, I applied the 107.5% cap to all rate classes. And SPS gave a preferential treatment to the residential class by lowering the cap than the maximum applied to other rate classes. And SPS, of course, did it on total bills, not base revenues. But SPS's proposal, no class was to get a larger total bill increase than 131% of the average bill increase. But then that, except for residential, which was decreased, I believe, is just under 94%. So that's pretty much what's driving that result. Okay.
From your perspective, why did you propose the approach that you did instead of capping the residential increase at 94% of the average total bill increase, consistent with what Mr. Luth recommended for SPS?
Excellent question, and I appreciate the opportunity to answer that. I thought long and hard about that. Okay, I'm a witness for the consumer advocate, so giving preferential treatment to the classes that we represent is something I'm naturally going to take a look at. But also, I have to feel good about being able to justify what I've done. And there were essentially two reasons why I did not take the preferential treatment route. One was in the last SPS contested rate case, both in the recommended decision and the final order, giving preferential treatment to any particular class was rejected, and all classes received the same cap. So although I didn't necessarily look at that as a precedent, I felt that, if that's what the commission decided in the last contested rate case, then I might be kind of spinning my wheels a little bit, looking for that preferential treatment. And then the second reason is when I look at, and I'm particularly just looking at the table and David Hudson's direct testimony on page XII, and that's labeled table DTH2. And in that table, Mr. Hudson outlines the dollar impact on the revenue deficiency from various sources. And then if you look at that, there were three categories that struck me. One was the Sagamore wind related at 37.7 million. the hail wind addition capital at 1.8 million, and other production plant investment of 8.2. All right, so that adds to approximately 54% of the New Mexico retail base revenue deficiency. All right, so over half of the deficiency. Yes, thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner. That is exactly the page.
Which page was it, sir?
Yeah, sure. At the very beginning, page XII. And you had, I believe you had it up there.
Right there?
Right there, yeah. Thank you. So the total, as that chart says, the total rounded deficiency is 87.8. All right. And generation related accounts for over half. All right. And in my way of thinking of things, you know, all rate classes benefit directly from those generation investments. So I didn't really see any real reason to give any one class preferential treatment. All right, since that was the major cost driver in this case.
Thank you. And then, of course, sort of the corollary of that is if you give preferential treatment to the residential classes you've discussed, then you have to make up those revenues from some other classes. Was that fair?
Yes, that's fair.
And then in the example that the chairman has been using through the course of this hearing, the LGST class, again, going back to your exhibits or your direct testimony, if I could, on your direct testimony on the chart on page 12 that we've been discussing, do you see where under the SPS approach, the resulting increase at SPS's proposed revenue requirement for the LGST class base rates is 45.46%?
Yes.
Okay. And again, your recommendation was a more moderate base rate increase for LGST using your approach. And could you explain sort of why you felt that was appropriate?
Well, because in my analysis, let's see, the large LGST, large general service transmission, also received the same 107.5% cap. All right. And based on SPS's class cost of service study, the transmission customers would have been above that cap. So I brought them back down to the 107.5% of the overall base rate increase. So again, that gets back to the fact that I applied the cap to all classes whose class cost of service study results would have them get relatively high base rate increases. In my analysis, I paid very close attention also to secondary general service and primary general service. All right, acknowledging that at current rates, those two classes, I think this was consistent across all interveners' testimonies, that those two rate classes were paying above their cost of service. So I paid close attention to those as well. And again, applying the same cap to everybody, I focused again on the past commission order as well as the revenue deficiency. All right. SPS argued a preferential treatment based on other factors. Okay. Expected load growth, historical patterns, this, that, and the other, which I could not directly address. So I would feel very uncomfortable using those arguments in my testimony because I'm not real privy to what all those are. I just focused on the revenue requirements in this particular case.
Thank you. Then sort of at sort of putting this together into the stipulation then, based on your review of the stipulation and the outcome of the proposed class revenue allocation, do you believe that the stipulation is consistent both with the class cost of service analyses that you reviewed in the case, as well as the sort of rate moderation principles that you recommend to the commission through your testimony?
I absolutely do support the stipulation, all right, both in terms of total revenue requirements, which is very close to Andrea Crane's proposal that she discussed yesterday, and the caps here, or the percent above or below overall base revenue increases were very consistent with mine. In fact, the 107.5 is exactly what I proposed, as you point out. Although I was not privy to the detailed discussions of coming up with that revenue distribution, I was given the results and asked what I thought. And when I looked at it again, since it was so close, as you point out, to what I proposed, I had no problems with it. So I fully support the stipulation. And I believe that the fact that, as I mentioned earlier, we're essentially kicking the can again on specific cost allocation methodologies is not necessarily a bad thing if we take a serious look at that moving forward, which I'm sure we will.
Thank you very much, Dr. Gigex. Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. I have no further follow-up questions for the witness.
Very well. Any further questions for Dr. Gigax? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, in the rate making process and in your analysis, is there ever a formal point where the impact on the circumstances of the rate classes is considered? So just to make it a little more clear, a residential customer, if they get a $10 a month rate increase, and they're amongst the low income group, which is so substantial in New Mexico, what impact does that have on them? And, on the other side, and again, I'm just using the large general service transmission just because it's the biggest difference there, and I think it highlights the issues most clearly. And what the relative impact is on those entities. And how does that figure into what you're looking at in terms of your analysis?
Yeah, I can't speak for, of course, other interveners in this case. Let me first say that rate increases affect all rate classes in a negative way. I think we can all agree on that. But my concern, based on who the AG represents, is the residential class. All right, and small commercial. But with respect to the residential class, I definitely take in consideration, as a consumer advocate, those factors of which you speak, and I try to be very sensitive to the fact that this is a low-income state. We're coming off a pandemic where unemployment, particularly in the southeast corner of the state, was extremely high. And so yes, I factored all that in. Okay. One thing I could not do anything about, of course, is the overall base rate increase, which was as Andrea Crane said yesterday, was inevitable because of the addition of these renewable resources into base rates. Okay, the question is how to handle that. And what I really sincerely tried to do is take into account all those factors that you're discussing, Mr. Chairman, along with, an acknowledgement that the residential class pays below its full cost and other classes pay above their full cost. So I factored that in as well. That's always an issue, and it's an issue that should be considered as well. What is the most concerning issue in my head? Of course, I represent the residential class, so I'm concerned about what rate increases they are going to get, and not so much the other rate classes, except with an acknowledgement of who's paying more above cost, who's paying below cost.
Okay. In factoring that into your decision, do you reference any studies, or do you have anybody take a specific look at the economic circumstances of rate classes and evaluate precisely the impact on those classes as a result of potential rate changes? Or is this something that is more you're using your just kind of personal experience and judgment?
Personal experience and judgment for the most part. I also looked at statistics on unemployment and the output of various industries. Oil and natural gas has got hit pretty hard during the pandemic as well. So I factor those in. And so the numbers that I look at are objective, but how I weight those is very subjective. But I do take them all into account. And, I am very sympathetic to, as you and the Madam Hearing Examiner has said on numerous occasions, having to go back to one's district and deal with the aftermath of another rate increase. Okay, but again, the overall rate increase was inevitable.
Okay. But I take your short answer as to my original question of whether you retain any expertise to identify the impact on people's lives. The short answer is no. You're basically
No.
using your judgment.
No, I did look at objective publicly available data on things like employment and output in New Mexico, but the manner in which I weighted them was my own subjective judgment.
And would you agree that when you look at employment and economic statistics, that's one thing, but there's a whole another level of impact on life? Can I afford medicine, or am I going to pay my power bill, or am I going to get food? Making those choices. And do you look at any studies that look at those kinds of impacts on customers in their everyday lives?
Indirectly, yes. Okay. I also look at viable options for economic help for these folks. Okay. And I would agree with some things that were said yesterday by some of the other witnesses, and that is, helping low-income households via rates is kind of a poor avenue to do that. All right, it's better provided through other agencies who can directly get at those who need the help and get the help into their hands. That's the social safety net. I believe in a social safety net, and I believe that civilized societies do take care of people that can't take care of themselves.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Anything further? Hearing nothing. Dr. Gigax, thank you very much, sir, for your appearance here today, and you are excused.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner, and everybody have a nice day.
Appreciate it. I think before we call our next witness, and Mr. Getko, did we get clarified how to pronounce your witness's name?
Well, for ease, we say kale. But that
Kale.
left an interesting thing in my mind that I think when the family's around the dinner table, they pronounce it differently. But
Okay,
for professional purposes, it's kale.
very well. We're going to take a recess until 10:40, and we'll come back with your witness, Mr. Kale. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Why isn't it giving me?
Whenever you're ready, Judge.
All right. Okay. Let me find, there he is.
Yes, can you hear me, Your Honor?
I can. Good morning, Mr. Kale.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Welcome.
Thank you.
Mr. Getko, I believe that witness Kale is a Attorney General witness. And Mr. Lee, would you please swear the witness?
Mr. Cahal, would you please raise your right hand? You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give, the matter now pending, should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. And I will indicate for the record that I received the SPS supplement to the 5th bench request. I believe that Mr. Du Bois referenced earlier this morning. And don't see the chairman yet. Commissioner Hall, did you have questions for Mr. Kale?
Yes, Madam Hearing Examiner, I do.
Would you like to go ahead, please?
Sure, I'd be delighted.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Kale.
Good morning, Commissioner Hall.
Let me begin with your direct testimony. I have a question. Would I be correct in stating that you take issue with the inputs and methodologies that Mr. DeAscendis used to calculate the cost of equity for SPS?
Yes, other than the DCF, I see very little disagreement in our DCF studies. They're pretty consistent.
Well, according to your direct testimony on page 9, lines 17 through 19, you stated that the risk adder recommended by Mr. DeAscendis is not supported by the evidence in the case.
All right, I'm sorry. Can you do the quote again? The risk adder?
Adder, A-D-D-E-R, adder.
And the quote?
I'm sorry, what'd you say?
You read the quote. Can you read it again?
Well, it's not a quote, but he stated, it's a paraphrase, I guess, that the risk adder recommended by Mr. DeAscendis is not supported by the evidence in the case. Then I said, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Is this because a proper DCF study takes into account many aspects of risk without a need for further adjustments such as flotation expense, credit risk, or size risk?
No, not necessarily. That's not really the basis of that statement. It's possible to have a proxy group, and the proxy group may well be the best you can do and be fairly reasonable. And still, at the end of that process, you recognize that the proxy group's not perfect and that there's a risk difference between the subject utility and, on average, the proxy group. So it's possible to propose a proxy group, propose a risk adder to the proxy group or a risk decrement to the proxy group. It's not necessarily conceptually wrong to propose that. It's simply that it's not supported by the facts in this case. When I looked at the various risk indicators, I didn't see evidence that demonstrated that SPS was riskier than the proxy group. That's all. He was relying very heavily on credit ratings, for example, suggesting that on average, SPS's credit ratings were weaker than the proxy group. And I simply didn't find that to be true.
Okay. All right, thank you.
No risk adjustment is needed.
Is it fair to say that if the adjustments that Mr. D'Ascendis recommends are unsupported by the evidence in the case, that these adjustments are included in Mr. D'Ascendis' testimony purely to influence the cost of equity and therefore the authorized ROE upward?
In some manner, it's not 100% clear to me exactly how, because his recommendation of the 10.35% does not appear to be a precise calculation. It seems to be his judgment from looking at ranges, but somehow he has adders that total to 0.41%, 41 basis points, and somehow that gets into the 10.35, but I'm not sure exactly how.
Do you consider this a manipulation of the data set or a difference of opinion in calculating the cost of equity and the ROE?
Difference of opinion. I'm not accusing him of manipulation. I just happen to think that the facts don't really support the adjustments that he's made.
Okay. You also take issue with Mr. D'Ascendis' introduction of another set of results based on his use of a proxy group of non-utility companies such as Apple. Am I correct?
Yes, he does make use of that. And I suppose it somehow influences the range of results that he reports.
Do you take issue with the introduction of these non-utility companies because their betas are close to 1, while utility betas, with the exception of the economic downturn due to the pandemic, are significantly lower than 1 historically?
That happens to be true, but that's really not even the main reason. I'm not really relying on betas. It's more qualitative, and that is that there's simply a fundamental difference in the business models and risk characteristics of fully regulated electric utilities versus non-regulated companies that operate in competitive markets. It's just a totally different business model, a totally different risk profile, and therefore it's inappropriate, I think, to use unregulated companies to determine the cost of capital and the fair rate of return for a utility company. And frankly, I don't know any regulator that accepts that.
So would you say you're taking issue with the introduction of these companies because they're sort of like apples to oranges, it's sort of an apples to oranges comparison?
Oh, completely. With respect to risk profile and business model, sure.
Okay, great. So business model and risk profile is the main differences, right?
Yes.
Okay, so would you categorize the introduction of these non-utility companies for comparison's sake as misleading to the commission?
I don't think it's helpful. I don't think that it's helpful in providing guidance to the commission as to what's a fair return for a utility to try to introduce the evidence for non-utility companies that have nothing to do with the utility.
Okay. Would you go so far as to say that this is a manipulation of the data, or is this simply a difference of opinion on relevance to the calculation of the cost of equity? Perhaps.
Oh, I think that it's probably a difference of opinion, but to me, Mr. DeSantis's motivation is not important for what I'm doing. I'm simply saying I think that the commission should disregard the evidence on the cost of capital models applied to non-utilities.
Okay. On page 27 and 28 of your direct testimony, you note that in your DCF studies, you used both a 60-day trading period as well as a 6-month trading period, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
For the period ending March 2021.
Okay. In your opinion, is a 6-month trading period or a 60-day period more accurate in estimating a cost of equity in a DCF model?
I don't know which one is more accurate. I've always had a preference for 6 months, and I think a number of witnesses use time periods such as that, and a number of commissions do. I regard it more as a compromise between trying to have the most current information and avoiding reliance on short-term market data. I mean, it's theoretically possible to use, 1 day of market data or 1 week of market data, but that would introduce, I think, some instability. And so the use of 6 months is intended, may not be the most current, but it's intended to introduce some stability. Some witnesses use periods even longer than that. So the 6 months is my preference, but I recognize that this commission has at times used 30 days.
Okay, and you used the 60-day trading period to compare results directly with Mr. DeSantis's method. He used a 60-day trading period, correct?
Yes, he did. He used both 30 days and 60 days, I believe. I know he did in his update.
So you use 60 days for purposes of comparison with him rather than?
No, I also, yes, it does provide a comparison, but in addition, it's because that this has been information that the commission likes to look at in rate cases, likes to look at what the results are if the most current 30 trading days are used. So and in fact, the results turn out to be not very different using 6 months versus the most recent 30 days. They're pretty similar.
So I don't know if you were aware or recall, Commissioner Fishman was somewhat, had some consternation on the first day of the hearing related to the DCF model. So concerning that consternation, SPS's DCF results seem to vary according to when the calculations are performed. The DCF model is a forward-looking estimate, correct?
Yes, it is.
And the DCF approach discounts cash flows 30 years into the future. right?
It does.
So is it your opinion that a 6-month trading period is more accurate than a 60-day trading period when estimating cash flows 30 years into the future?
I don't think that one can really know. We're talking here about what's in the minds of investors, and I don't think that one can really know for sure. The only thing I can tell you is that 6 months is a reasonable period, and the use of 6 months provides, I believe, greater stability than the use of 30 days, because markets will move up and down. Commissioner Hawley, there's also kind of a practical problem with the selection of the time period, because we can get stock market prices and dividend yields, of course. We can get those daily if we want to. And in fact, we do when we construct a 30-day average. But that's the other element of the DCF calculation are the growth rates. And analysts don't change their growth rates every day. They may only go back and revisit them once every couple of months. So it's possible that there can be a timing mismatch between the growth rates and the share prices. And that's another practical problem, and it's another reason why I believe that it's more prudent to use a 6-month average than a 30-day average.
So would you think that the DCF estimates wouldn't vary as much week to week if you're looking at a 6 months trading period as opposed to a 60-day trading period?
I would think so. That's right. I think it would provide a more stable look at the cost of capital. I mean, after all, we're not, the cost of capital, of course, can change with market conditions, just like interest rates change with market conditions. The cost of capital is a market price after all. But this is an exercise in setting permanent rates. And so it's not as if we're going to be able to go back and revisit the cost of capital every couple of months. And so for that reason, I think there's a benefit to taking kind of a longer look at the dividend yield than just using what's happened over the last month or so. It's the time that the testimony is filed.
Well, then why would SPS use a 60-day trading period instead of a longer trading period that could potentially result in more accurate estimates of the cost of equity?
I don't know. I think that's just the witness's personal preference. I didn't make an issue out of it because the numbers really didn't change very much whether you use 30 days, 60 days, or 6 months. Which is, to me, kind of reassuring, actually.
Okay. So, but Mr. D'Ascendis also used a 30-day trading period in his DCF study, right?
Yes, he did.
And on page 28 of your testimony, you noted that for the particular 30-day trading period ending on October 30th, 2020, the 30-day trading period and the 6 months trading period ending on the same date actually yield similar DCF results for those time periods.
Yes. Yes, the results don't seem to be that sensitive to what time period is selected.
Okay. Mr. D'Ascendis.
Which I regard as a positive.
Okay.
I'm sorry, say it again.
Which I regard as a positive.
Okay, well, Mr. D'Ascendis conducted another DCF study using data downloaded on May 14th, 2021. That's correct, right?
That's right. That's in his rebuttal testimony.
In his rebuttal testimony, and that's PDF page 213, by the way. Attachment DWD-2, Schedule 1, and it's page 3 of 45, right? Am I correct that the average cost of equity for the proxy group in this study was 9.22?
Yes, so the 9.22 was the average of two measures. It was the average of the mean and the average and the median. The median was slightly lower.
The high cost of equity mean?
I'm sorry.
You're saying median. Was it the average of the mean? It was averaged with the high cost of the equity mean, right?
No, I think on his schedule one, page one, where he used the 30 days, I don't have that in front of me, but he presented two measures of the proxy group, one using the mean of the proxy group and the other the median of the proxy group. They were similar but not identical. And when he averaged the two together, he got the 9.22 that you're referring to.
Oh, okay, okay. But he, let's see. So, and then he used the average of the mean, the 9.22, and that was averaged with the high cost of equity mean, for whatever reason, of 10.35 to produce an indicated DCF result of a 9.57. Correct? Remember that?
I do. I think that might have been on page 3 of Schedule 1 of his rebuttal testimony when he
Correct.
did that. And
Correct.
he did. He took the mean growth rate and the high growth rate, and he averaged those two together, and that's how he got the 957.
I see. Okay, well, I'd like to come back to that. But going on, let's see, I believe on page 30 of your direct testimony, you assert that viewing SPS as a smaller company than the average proxy company in Mr. DeAscendis's selected group is an incorrect view. Is that right?
Yes, and that the reason is because SPS is part of XL Energy, which is a very, very large corporation.
Okay.
So I think any adjustment for size, which he introduces, and it's not a big adjustment, but that adjustment is misguided.
Do you think it was also maybe possibly because that Mr. DeAscendis is partitioning SPS by using only the portion of SPS within this commission's jurisdiction? Is that how he asserts that SPS is a smaller company as well?
I didn't think that he used the jurisdictional number. I may be misremembering. I thought he used total company SPS. But either way, that's wrong because SPS is not the publicly traded entity. XL Energy is. And SPS contributes to XL Energy's scale economies. Mm-hmm. And for rate making, we recognize that scale economies exist and we factor that into the cost of service. So there's no reason for having a size adjustment here, given that SPS is a part of and contributes to this giant XL Energy.
Would you categorize this view of SPS as a smaller company relative to the proxy group as misleading?
I think it's incorrect. I think it's to me, it's a matter of perspective, and I think it's the wrong perspective to take. I think he's simply mistaken.
Well, would you go so far as to say that this is a manipulation of the facts, or is this merely just a difference of opinion on the relative size of the utility and how the size affects the risk?
I think he's looking at the wrong utility. It's the size data, of course, are objective data, but he's focusing on the wrong thing.
On page 33 of your direct testimony, starting on line 8, you note that investor growth cannot be directly observed, but must instead be inferred through a review of available resources, correct?
Yes.
You also note that the growth rate in question is the long run dividend per share growth rate. Is that right?
Yes.
Analysts
I'm sorry, did you say long run?
Correct.
Thank you.
Mhm. Analysts frequently use earnings growth as a proxy for long-term dividend growth. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is this because long-run earnings are the ultimate source of dividend payments to shareholders, which is particularly true for a large group of utility companies?
Yes.
Do you agree with witness Garrett's assertion in his direct testimony on page 57, lines 3 to 5, that one cannot rely on an analyst's growth rate projections to provide fair qualitative indicators of utility growth in a stable growth DCF model?
No. I think that it's useful information that can be used as input to a DCF study. I certainly wouldn't throw out that information.
Did you say you think it is useful information?
It's useful information, yes, the analyst growth projections.
But you would not rely on it. Is that what you said?
I am relying on analyst growth projections, yes.
Oh, okay. Do you agree with witness Garrett that various institutional analysts such as Zacks, Value Line, and Bloomberg publish estimated projections of earnings growth for utilities that are short-term projections of earnings growth, ranging from 3 to 10 years?
Yes, well, I don't know if that's short-term or not. Short-term is usually considered 1 year, but the analyst projections that they provide are generally 3 to 5 years into the future.
Okay. Do you agree with witness Garrett that it is inappropriate for an ROE analyst to insert these institutionally published short-term earnings growth projections into the DCF model as if the projections were long-term growth rate projections?
I don't believe it's inappropriate to do that. The reason being is, I think that there are two reasons. For any given company, that could be problematic. But that problem is mitigated by the fact that we try to use a large proxy group, and the fact that even though for any one given company that may not necessarily be true, I think the statistical noise in the published long-term growth rates tends to cancel out. And secondly, the advantage for, I think, utilities, and why this is maybe uniquely appropriate for utilities, is that utilities are very, very stable companies because their cost of service regulated, and when their earnings are too low, they can come in for rate cases. That tends to keep generally speaking, that tends to keep their earnings and their earnings outlook stable. And I think that for that reason, it's far more valid to rely on these analyst growth rates for utilities than it would be for non-utilities, which is another quarrel that I have with Mr. DeCenza's attempt to use a non-utility proxy group.
So would you categorize the use of a short-term earnings growth projection in a long-term DCF calculation as misleading or manipulation or a difference of opinion or any?
Well, I don't consider the growth rates, the published growth rates that the various witnesses have used, and frankly, I see in almost every rate case, is necessarily being short-term. I think that for analysts, 3 to 5 years is a considerable period of time. But whether or not that's the most appropriate measure to use is a matter of professional judgment.
Do you still take issue with Mr. Diascendis's inclusion of Portland General in the proxy group, even though the projected earnings growth figure is not quite as high in his recent DCF results compared to his initial DCF analysis?
It's concerning, the inclusion of Portland General, because the Portland General growth rate appears to be an aberration. And that happens sometimes. When you're putting together a database, you occasionally come across observations that are an aberration. I would say that when I looked at his update, which used data that goes through the middle of May, which we were just talking about, his Schedule 1 to his rebuttal testimony, he presents median results, median being the midpoint of the distribution. And when you use the median, that really tends to mitigate the problem of having an anomalous data, because the anomalous observation has very little effect on the overall group result. And when he uses the median, not surprisingly, he gets a slightly lower number, the 9.16. And that may be a more valid number than some of his other DCF numbers. But the difference isn't large. And frankly, that's one of the advantages of using a large proxy group, that no one anomalous observation is going to affect things very much.
So do you consider the growth rate for Portland General an outlier at all?
I do. It's an anomalous figure. It appears to result from the fact that in the base year of the growth rate, earnings per share in that year, they took a big hit. So the analysts, not surprisingly, are expecting Portland General's earnings over the next several years to improve from that very low base year figure, and that's why, just as a matter of the mechanical calculation of the growth rate, they're showing an unusually high growth rate. In fact, some of the sources that I use showed like a 13% growth rate. That's obviously unrealistic.
Okay.
That's why I talk about the results both with and without Portland General. I don't like making ad hoc adjustments, but I thought it was information the commission should have, that the results come in just a little bit lower if you toss out Portland General.
Well, you just got to my next question. What's the effect on the cost of equity estimate of including Portland General in the proxy group?
When I I show my results that include Portland General, but I also show what the results would look like if Portland General were not included. And then the results then would move to the bottom end of my range, which would be just, around 9% or slightly lower than 9% if Portland General was thrown out.
So the effect in including Portland General is to elevate the results. Is that it?
By a little bit, yes. The effect of including Portland General, I would estimate off the top of my head, is maybe about 0.2 percentage points, something like that.
Okay. If utility companies prefer higher ROEs over lower ROEs, is this inclusion of Portland General by SPS self-serving then?
I don't think so. And this is just based on my memory. At the time that Mr. Descendis did his original testimony and original study, that problem for Portland General didn't exist. Now, it does show up in his rebuttal testimony. In fact, he's showing an ROE for Portland General of about 13%, which is obviously unrealistic. He mitigates that when he presents the median, because then the 13% really doesn't figure into the average when you use the median. And that's how he comes up with the 9.16. So, as I said, I don't think that there was any intention to mislead, because the problem didn't exist at the time of his original testimony. It really only became apparent by the time he got to the spring of 2021.
So do you think it was maybe not, would you consider it a manipulation of the data set, or maybe an oversight, or just a difference of opinion? How this came about then? How would you categorize?
I think I'm not even sure it is a difference of opinion. I mean, Mr. DeSantis really didn't address it at all. He simply included it, and he provides both the mean and the median results. The median is, of course, much, much less problematic than the mean in this case, but it turns out that the difference between the mean and the median is not really huge, but he didn't talk about it at all. So I don't even know if he was aware of it. He may or may not have been.
You also note that on page 46 of your direct testimony, excuse me, that Mr. DeSantis disregards his own analysis in his original recommendation of 10.35% ROE, correct? In fact, on lines 14 through 15, you note that Mr. DeSantis' studies produce a range of ROE estimates of 10.33 up to 11.37. Is that correct? That's on page 46.
And that's why, yeah. And so his recommendation is close to the lower end of his range. So I can't figure out where his 41 basis points adder even factors into his recommendation. It's not clear. In other words, his recommendation doesn't seem to follow from his analyses.
You mentioned that. You note that it's striking and inexplicable that Mr. DeSantis' three models of calculating the cost of equity are so disparate on lines 21 through 24 on page 47. So all three models are disparate, right?
Yes, they are. What's striking is how inconsistent they are with the standard DCF.
Right. Yes. You know that the two applications of the DCF model that Mr. DeSantis employs results in an average DCF figure of 8.88%, which cannot be squared with his risk premium results of 10.4% and his CAPM results of 12.1%, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah. Does it seem to you that Mr.
Excuse me, Commissioner, those are his numbers before his adders.
Oh, okay. Does it seem to you that Mr. DeSantis believes that his own non-DCF studies are credible or realistic?
I don't know what he believes. I certainly think that they're not, as far as being applicable to SPS. You know, whether those are good estimates of the cost of equity of those non-regulated companies is another matter. Maybe they are, maybe they're not, but they're not applicable to SPS. And that was all I really cared about.
Well, you know, if we take the average of those three figures, 8.88, 10.4, and 12.1, we come up with a value of 10.46. Do you have any idea why Descendis would recommend an ROE of 10.35 based on the cost of equity that is below the average of his own study results, even excluding the various adders, which he recommends?
I don't know why.
Don't know.
I don't know where the 10.35% comes from.
Okay.
It's obviously concerning because I don't think that it's proper to be, particularly for a utility witness, to be recommending an ROE that's lower than your best estimate of the cost of equity. I mean, that would imply, even if that was approved, that would imply that the that his own result would not meet the Hope and Bluefield standard.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Cahill, you also take issue with the CAPM and the market risk premium approaches that Mr. Descendis employs, do you not?
Yes, I do.
Do you find the particular way that Mr. Descendis applies these methodologies to be misleading? And if so, how?
No, I think it's simply that I think that he's using unrealistic data inputs. Is really the problem. He's using the standard. He's using, particularly for the CAPM. I mean, he's using a standard formula. That's fine, but the data inputs are unreasonable and unrealistic.
Well, do you think the data inputs are misleading?
I don't think that they're realistic. For example, the betas are simply published numbers, but they're that he obtains from sources that I believe are credible, but they just, as a matter of professional judgment, to me, they're just unrealistic numbers. As an example, he's using betas from Value Line and Bloomberg, entirely credible sources, but those numbers are now suggesting that the utilities would be about as risky as the S&P 500 portfolio. And that, first of all, is not realistic. And secondly, that's grossly inconsistent with what those numbers have been in the past, even though there's been really no change in the risk profile and business models of these utility companies, of these proxy utility companies, and of course, SPS.
Well, concerning Mr. Descendis's CAPM and MRP studies, would you characterize them as manipulative in that they reflect an upward bias on the cost of equity such that the results are not based in reality?
Let me try to put it this way, and this is without talking about what the witness's motive might have been. When you're obtaining CAPM results for the proxy group in excess of 12%, and you have very credible DCF numbers that are closer to 9%, when you have a discrepancy of more than 300 basis points, that ought to make you stop and wonder what's going on here. There's something fundamentally wrong. And what he does is simply just report those numbers. He does his calculations. He uses standard formulas, standard data sources, reports the numbers without stopping to ask himself the question, what's going on here? why is this producing results that are obviously wrong? Keep in mind, he's recommending 10.35, and he's reporting CAPM numbers that are over 12. So it's nearly 200 basis points higher than what he thinks is a proper rate of return for this company. You have the problem of what's wrong with this picture.
You don't consider that manipulative? Just plain wrong and that's it?
I
Oh,
consider it to be incomplete. Let me put it that way. If you look at the numbers and don't start to wonder what's wrong with this, what, you know, and comment on the realism of the results that you're getting.
Okay, do you stand by your assessment on page 55 of your direct testimony that the commission should disregard witness DeSantis's risk premium analysis altogether?
Commissioner Hall, could you clarify in what context you mean, does he stand by it? Are you differentiating between his direct testimony? And I don't believe that he filed, I don't believe he filed stipulation testimony.
Well, I just mean, is he still embrace that view?
I embrace the view that the commission should disregard the CAPM and risk premium analyses and focus instead on the DCF evidence, which is far more reliable and where there's much more of a consensus among the witnesses.
Thank you. So now, let's see, I'd like to ask you some questions in regard to your responses to the sixth bench request. And I appreciate you turning to those questions. I appreciate you turning those questions around and filing them so quickly.
I try to get it done as fast as possible, Commissioner.
Sorry?
I tried to get it done as fast as possible, and I apologize if there's anything incomplete about the answers.
I don't think so. So for question 2E, do you recall that I asked you if there were cases in which a stock price rose and the utility's ability to attract capital was increased, even with a decision to lower the authorized ROE? Do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay. And do you recall your response was, yes, very much so. During the past 10 years, ROE awards for electric utilities have gradually declined, as discussed in your testimony. Yet despite the decline in awarded ROEs from well over 10% on average to the mid to low nines, electric utility share prices, with some exceptions, have exhibited a strong upward trend over time, interrupted by a sharp downturn in 2020 associated with COVID. Thus, share price gain is entirely compatible with lower ROEs as long as the reduction is not extreme. Do you remember that?
Yes. That's an unmistakable trend that ROE awards have been going down and share prices of electric utilities have been going up. That's a long-term trend, obviously with exceptions.
Yeah. Would you consider a reduction from a 9.45 ROE in this case down to an ROE of 8.85 an extreme reduction?
I would consider that to be a substantial reduction, yes. I wouldn't call it extreme, but it's certainly substantial.
According to your estimated impact of a reduction of 10 basis points in the ROE, equating to a roughly $1 million reduction in cash flow from your responses to questions 3A and 3B. A reduction of 60 basis points would be a reduction of about $6 million in this case, if we assume all else is equal and the cash flow of SPS is $414 million, as it was in the latest SEC 10K report, correct?
Yes, that was for the calendar year 2020.
Okay. Would you agree that such a reduction in cash flow would represent 1.449% of SPS's cash flow, all else being equal?
Yes, it's something in the 1 to 2% range.
Mhm.
These reductions in cash flow for the kind of changes in ROE that you're talking about would produce, that kind of reduction. I mean, depending upon how big the ROE reduction is, but 1-2%, something like that.
And is it still your assertion that it's common for SPS's cash flow to fluctuate year to year by 20 million to 30 million, as represented in your response to question 3B?
Yes, I didn't take a long-term look at it. I looked at their 10K for 2020, which showed that for the last 3 years. The 2020 figure was 414. The 3-year average was a little higher than that, about 444. So that tells me that for a company that size, it would be not unusual to have a $20 to $30 million year-to-year fluctuation in cash flow.
Okay. So it's not uncommon or unusual concerning that SPS's cash flow would fluctuate, say, 5% in a given year.
Yes.
Okay. And certainly 1.449% reduction in cash flow would not be a drastic change at all.
I wouldn't consider that to be a drastic change in cash flow.
Yeah.
Now, we're just talking about one variable, but for that one variable, the effect on cash flows relatively modest, looking at the total size of the cash flow pool.
Okay. So, and correct me if I'm wrong, but did you, in your response to question 3C, assert that the task of credit ratings is to assess how well the payment of debt service is protected for bond investors?
That's right. Credit rating agencies are focused on bond investors, and specifically they're trying to provide them with information as to how safe the debt service over time is. And obviously the key to that is balance sheet strength and cash flow.
A bond investor's risk is not strictly linked to the ROE award as much as it is linked to the balance sheet strength and cash flow, right?
I think that's right. It's not that rating agencies don't care at all about ROE. I mean, they do, both qualitatively and quantitatively. But ROE is not a credit metric. I mean, if it was the end-all be-all for credit rating agencies, then ROE would be one of the credit rating metrics, and it's not. The credit rating metrics are based upon the balance sheet and the cash flow.
Thank you. All else being equal, which has the potential to impact credit ratings more, ROE or capital structure, and why?
It depends upon the kind of changes that we're talking about, but I tend to focus more on the balance sheet and the capital structure as being determinative of credit ratings. And the reason is as follows: the ROE, increase it or decrease it, that does affect cash flow, as we just discussed. Not by a lot, but by a little bit. Cash flow is the numerator of the cash flow to interest or cash flow to debt credit metric. But when you're talking about the balance sheet, let's say you move to either a higher or lower equity ratio in the balance sheet, and assuming that that's reflected in rate making, then that would provide more cash flow in the numerator, but also less debt and less interest expense in the denominator. So the balance sheet and capital structure affects both the numerator and the denominator. And that's why I look at it as being more powerful for credit rating metrics.
Thank you. Now I'd like to ask you about reasons that a regulated utility company would prefer a higher ROE over a lower ROE, especially if the impact of a reduction in ROE on cash flow and credit metrics is relatively small. Can you think of any reasons that the company would prefer a higher ROE over a lower ROE in this context?
Yes, and this is going to sound simplistic, but the utility investors happen to like higher profits over lower profits, even if it's only a little bit higher or versus a little bit lower. First of all. Second of all, it's my perception, and this isn't based upon a survey or study or anything, that the management compensation is often based upon how well the company does. And a company that's more profitable, that would make management look better. There may even be metrics that are built into incentive compensation. And so it's probably good for management in their future if the utility is more profitable rather than less profitable.
Yeah. Thank you. In general, is the fair and appropriate award for an authorized utility ROE its cost of equity?
It is. There are some exceptions, and occasionally I've seen commissions have ROE penalties for imprudence or poor service quality. Those are usually temporary, just to get the utility off the dime to improve its performance. Occasionally there are rewards for exceptional management. Those are exceptions. Generally speaking, I think that the reasonable estimate of the cost of equity is a fair and appropriate return for the regulated utility. It's consistent with cost-based rate making. It's consistent with the central function of a commission, which is to prevent the exercise of monopoly power. That's fundamentally what regulators do.
If an ROE is set at the cost of equity, excluding any drastic changes, would that satisfy the capital attraction standard as set out in the Hope and Bluefield cases?
Yes, it would. Again, there could be extreme exceptions to that. If you had, for example, a very distressed utility, but generally speaking, under normal circumstances, and I believe that the Hope and Bluefield standard caveats its standards with the notion of efficient and effective management. With efficient and effective management, the cost of equity should meet the capital attraction standard. And this, of course, also assumes that the company is adequately capitalized.
Well, why then would SPS enter into a stipulation providing for a 9.35% ROE when its cost of equity studies reflect an indicated range of 9.92 to 10.96% before any adjustments for company-specific risk? Wouldn't that violate the Hope and Bluefield standards? Absolutely.
And I think that I tried to allude to that in my testimony, that something like 10.35 or 11% or some of the other crazy numbers that they were throwing out there are not realistic, and they know it. And I know it and you know it. And the reason that we know it is because utilities have been, on average, granted ROEs in the mid-9s or even lower than that in many cases. And they've done just fine. They have not encountered a capital attraction problem.
I'm sorry, sir. Can you repeat that? They have not encountered?
They have not encountered problems attracting capital.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Mr. Diascendis revised his cost of equity estimates once again, using more recent data, according to the attachment DWD-3, Schedule 1, page 1 of 15, did he not?
Yes.
In fact, SPS calculated an average DCF result of 9.05% for its proxy companies on the table shown in that exhibit, correct?
I'm not sure. He reported a 9.57 DCF, although his schedules actually show lower numbers than that. But I'm not sure what the 9.05 is.
Well, would you
I
accept that
just don't
subject to
recall.
check? Subject to check, would you accept that?
Sure.
Okay. And according to Mr. Diascendis from page 38 and 39 of his direct testimony, as well as page 100 of his direct testimony, Mr. Diascendis used a method that he found in case number 17-00255 UT, which was accepted by the commission to average the mean and high mean DCF results. Did he not? Remember that?
Yes, that's what he asserted, averaging the mean and high mean. And by the mean and high mean, he's really referring to the mean and high mean growth rates in the formula.
I'm sorry, what did you say? It really refers to what?
It really refers to the averaging of the results based upon the mean growth rate and the high growth rate. In other words, I think he has either 3 or 4 sources of growth rates. To get the high, he takes the highest of the 4. That's how he gets the high number, which he averages with the mean number. And then he's claiming that that's a commission precedent.
In your opinion, is taking the average of the mean and the high mean DCF results an accurate way to estimate the cost of equity?
It is not. It's cherry picking.
Okay. In fact, you discuss on page 50 of your testimony that averaging the average growth rate from the 4 sources used with the highest growth rate from the 4 sources unquestionably serves to skew the DCF calculations upward, correct?
Yes, yes, and that's what I mean by cherry picking. You're selecting the highest. You have 4 numbers and you're selecting the highest.
Mm-hmm. And that's still your assessment, right? Whether the commission accepted this methodology or not, right?
Oh, that's correct. And I don't really know whether the commission on a consistent basis actually has selected that. I didn't want to get into that argument. I'm just saying I don't think it's correct.
Yeah. Thank you. Can you think of any other reason why this average of the mean DCF results with the high mean result would be calculated other than purely to adjust the cost of equity estimate?
No. He may have felt it's helpful in maybe moving the DCF toward his other estimates based on the cap M and risk premium, and it reduces that discrepancy. But no, it's a procedure intentionally designed to simply increase the calculated ROE.
So is it correct that the resulting average for this arithmetic perversion of the DCF model was an indicated DCF result of 9.38%?
I'm sorry. I don't know what the 9.38 is.
Well, I think that, let's see.
He reports a result for the DCF in his update of 9.57. That I remember, and that's based upon the average of the mean and the high mean.
Okay. All right. Let's see, Mr. Kale, to your knowledge, is it correct that the uncontested stipulation agreed to a stipulated ROE of 9.35%?
No, it did not agree to that. There was a requirement, as I understand it, to report an ROE number for reporting purposes and for other certain limited purposes. And so the 9.35 was plugged into it. But the stipulation also said that the parties are not in agreement of the 9.35. And I certainly have no reason to believe that the 9.35 is embedded in the revenue requirement increase of 62.4 million. But I think Andrea Crane testified to that yesterday.
Okay.
So, Mr. Kale, are you suggesting then that the illustrative 9.35 that the parties have indicated in the stipulation and their testimony in support of the stipulation, including your own client, would be an incorrect award for the commission to give to SPS?
I don't think I understand the question. Your Honor, the problem I'm having is that what's before us is a stipulation, and the stipulation has a black box revenue requirement increase of 62.4 million. And it simply says, what it says. I mean, the stipulation speaks for itself. And my client, the Attorney General, is supporting the stipulation, and the stipulation mentions for limited purposes a 9.35% ROE, and it also says that the parties are not in agreement as to what the ROE should be in this case, but it's not necessary to resolve it. The stipulation, as I understand it, fully resolves this case. So I'm not disputing in any way the stipulation. I also have not filed any testimony on the stipulation.
And I understand that, Mr. Kell, but don't you think that the commission's going to want to know? I mean, if you're saying that some of the illustrative numbers that have been put forth in the stipulation and its attachments are basically saying that the revenue increase could be viewed as having a 9.35 ROE. I'm just asking you whether or not that you believe that based upon on your knowledge and understanding that would be within an acceptable range of ROEs.
Well, I can respond to it this way. First, my range of results was 8.8 to 9.5. So the 9.35 actually is within my range. it's not my point value recommendation, but it's within my range, which I consider to be a reasonable range. Secondly, I'm not testifying that in any way that the $62.4 million stipulated rate increase is in any way based upon the 9.35. I don't really know how it was arrived at, since I wasn't part of the negotiations. And I believe that Ms. Crane gave probably more definitive information on it. What I do know is that the stipulated rate increase is very, very close to the Attorney General's recommended rate increase, very close. And that rate increase was based upon a 9.1% ROE.
Thank you. Commissioner Hall?
So, Mr. Kale, I take it you do still embrace your recommendation of ROE of 9.1, correct?
Yes, I do.
And, but do
I
you
believe
also,
that 9.1% would be an appropriate
I'm sorry,
ROE.
sir. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't quite hear the beginning of that statement. Can you start again?
Yes, yeah, just to repeat, yes, I do. I believe that the 9.1% figure is an appropriate ROE award. And I don't have a basis for suggesting that it is not part of the $62.4 million rate increase authorized in the stipulation.
Mr. Cahill, but you still agree that there's, with your assertion, you earlier asserted, and I assume you still think that there is a strong case to be made for an ROE of 8.8 or 8.9% as well, correct?
Yes, the reasonable range goes down to about 8.8% as a lower end figure.
Okay, that's all I have in terms of questions for Mr. Cahill. It was a pleasure, Mr. Cahill. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Commissioner Hall. It was interesting.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Chairman Fishman, questions for Mr. Kale?
Yeah, thank you. All right. I hope you're not worn out.
I'm hanging in there, Commissioner.
Okay, good. I'm going to just follow on to this last point that was being discussed. And in the stipulation, the language was interesting, and I did not hear Ms. Crane yesterday on this, so I may have missed something. But it says 9.35% limited for Hale and Sagamore. And my understanding from previous testimony is one of the reasons they were specifying that is we've got this 10-year analysis of whether it generates a profit or not, which is part of the stipulation on the new on the CCNs on these facilities. Can you, and maybe you can't, can you help me sort out exactly what that means? And I've got heartburn about it for one reason, is that we just went through a rate case that was litigated, and we came up with a 9.0 on a fairly similar set of facts in terms of the ROE. And it gives me heartburn to see this 9.35 sitting out there on substantially similar facts. Can you help me with that?
I think the short answer is, the short answer, I'm afraid, is going to have to be no. I thought that the language was a bit odd too, but I was never part of the settlement process, which is one of the reasons why I didn't file testimony, I suppose. The settlement document, the final settlement document, showed up in my email one day, and I looked at it, and I didn't understand it either. But or let me put it a different way. I don't mean that it's ambiguous. What I mean is I didn't understand the context of it.
Yeah.
And I think that what you just told told me probably helps.
Um,
I think it's simply important not to jump to the conclusion that 9.35 is in that $62.4 million rate increase. That's the key.
no, I understand that, but as a regulator, I see numbers used all the time, used and misused. And I'm afraid that number will get misused because that's what's right there on the stipulation. In a way, I guess I'm asking, do you see any fixes to that from a regulator standpoint?
Commissioner, regulators have, I would think, a lot of discretion, far more than me as a witness. The commission's got tools at its disposal, but I don't think I can guide you on how to fix what may be just a optical problem. I don't know, a problem of optics.
Yeah.
There's just one comment, because I think that you and I talked before in the El Paso case.
Correct.
One thing I did find, and this is, I don't want to make too much of it, but at the time that I prepared my testimony in April of 2021, I did seem to find that the DCF and cost of capital numbers were slightly higher than they were in 2020 at the time of the EPE case.
Correct. Slightly, yeah.
Yeah, they're slightly. It's not a big difference, but they're a little bit higher.
Yeah, no, I agree. You scared the heck out of me when you opened your discussion with Commissioner Hall when you said, well, what we're establishing here is what's in the minds of investors. So mind reading. Do you see any more objective approach, if we step back, that could be used to determine ROE by commissions over time? And actually, I guess that's a kind of a tautology I just said there. ROE is that. But can you is there any more objective way do you think that we could establish returns?
Well, let me start with that. Yeah, the task at hand, and I hope we all agree on this, is the task at hand is to identify what returns investors expect and therefore require. That's what we're trying to do.
Yeah.
And so we are trying to determine what's in the minds of investors, and we're using an inferential process. And we're trying to use market data, and we're trying to use objective data. And it's never going to be perfect, but we're going to do the best we can. One of the tools that I've used at my disposal, and I don't want to go too far with this, is that I also have been a bit of a student of the Regulatory Research Associates surveys on rate of return. We've talked about those from time to time.
Mm-hmm.
That's useful empirical information, because when we look at what the RRA surveys show on authorized rates of return, and we look how the market responds to that, and we look at simply how utilities are doing given those numbers, that doesn't get you to a precise result, but it's objective information that tells you something about what investors are requiring. When we see that that commissions are allowing ROEs in the mid to low nines, and we see that utilities financially are thriving, their credit ratings are strong, they have no problem issuing debt and equity, that tells us that we know that they're not requiring returns over 10%. I mean, it doesn't get you to a precise number, but it is useful. It's useful empirical objective information.
Right. I'm going to take you to this is Mr. DeSentis' testimony, his original testimony, DWD-1, Schedule 2, page 5 of 5. And I don't know, H.E. Hurst, can you work your magic here and bring that one up?
Your Honor, I think I can pull out a hard copy.
Or if you can pull a hard copy, that works too.
So are you on his Schedule 3?
It's Schedule 2,
Of Schedule 2?
Five.
Okay.
page 5 of 5.
Okay, I've got that.
Okay, terrific. So I'm going down to financial statistics and financial ratios. Actually, the way this runs is from right to left, 2015 on the right, and it goes to 2019 on the left. So, and I'm looking at the earnings to price ratio, and do you see the number for 2015 on the right, which for 2015, earnings to price ratio was 4.99%.
I see that, yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and then I'm going to 2019 and looking at earnings to price ratio, and I see 4.99%. Correct?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. So would you agree there's some variation in between, but boy, that's been a really steady number.
It's been pretty stable, yes.
Yeah.
I mean, that seems to suggest that growth in earnings is tracked with growth in stock price, at least on average.
Yeah. But then I go down to the next number, market value to average book. And if I go to 2015, I see 166.42. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then if I go to 2019, it's 206.43. So the market to book has gone up significantly. Would that be correct?
It has.
Okay. So for whatever reason, at least when it comes to book value, and we all know these numbers, when you start digging in, there's lots of factors that play into these numbers, but it looks like investors are willing to pay a little bit more to get the same return, at least as an average to market. And I'm not sure I'm getting that right, so I'm asking you the question. Is that correct?
They're willing to pay when they bid for the share prices. They're willing to pay a very healthy premium.
Correct.
over the net book value of these companies.
Right.
I mean, with the caveat that 2019 might have been a high point because things dropped off quite a bit in 2020.
So on that point, I'll go back to 2018 and 2017. And what were the numbers there? I see 200.55 for 18 and 210.64 for 2017, which looks like it was the high point.
Yeah, I guess 2017 was the high point.
Yeah, yeah. For some reason, it jumped up a lot. Yeah, from 2016 on. Do you have any insight into that and why that might have happened?
Why that jumped up? Well, no, I really don't. I think that it's mostly driven by just market fundamentals. That this is the period around 2015, 2016. Markets were still recovering from the financial crisis of 2009, and it was a gradual recovery, for whatever reason, these things wax and wane, and sometimes the non-regulated or the non-utility stocks can fall out of favor. Investors jump into the utility stocks. That things like that can happen for a variety of reasons. So you have market movements. The other thing that you don't know without really digging in, have to be a little bit careful about, is that sometimes utilities have to take write-offs. And it can be write-offs because of their non-regulated operations. That's happened in a number of cases. And that will depress the book value.
Okay.
That said, I think that that these movements probably mostly reflect just what was going on in the stock market rather than what was going on their books.
Mm-hmm. But when I look at those numbers, I have to ask the question is, they're doing quite well with the stock price. Does that potentially mean that the industry as a whole is getting awarded ROEs that might be too high and therefore unfair to the ratepayer?
Yeah, I mean, that's possible. It's been my opinion that although regulators do a pretty good job, the ROEs that they've been granted, the mid nines, low nines, the utility companies have done absolutely fine with that. I think that there was a data response saying that they over a long period of time they have not outperformed the S&P 500, which has been driven lately by utility stocks, but they've done fine. And there may be at least a little bit of a cushion for that to come down a bit and still meet the Hope and Bluefield standard.
Okay. Did we? I'm gonna. Well, okay. El Paso Electric we testified on, and we did lower the ROE from about 9.4 something to 9.0.
That's correct.
Have you noticed any significantly adverse reactions in the credit community or in the markets as a result of that, or have you not even kept track?
Well, El Paso is no longer publicly traded, so you can't look at their share price. I did go to the S&P site to look at the credit rating. There's been no change. There's been, as far as I can tell, there's been no statement even issued. Now, it turns out that at the time that El Paso went private, they stopped being rated by Standard & Poor's, but they're still rated by Moody's. And as far as I can tell, there's been no change in the Moody's rating, no statement issued by Moody's.
Okay. And on the credit rating issue, and I don't want to spend much time on it, and I'd sent out a couple of bench requests on it, and you gave a very thoughtful response, which I appreciated.
Sure.
Do you believe that credit rating is something that we as regulators should be looking at that carefully if we have given them a fair ROE? Once we've done that, should we be worried about credit ratings, given how that their actions as management dictate that to a significant degree?
Commissioner, I don't mean to be glib, but let me try to put it this way.
Okay.
I do not advocate that the regulators worship at the altar of the credit ratings.
Okay.
I'm not suggesting that you ignore it either.
Okay.
It's pertinent. I one problem I have, and with the kind of presentation that the company makes with its credit ratings, is that they focus only on the corporate rating, which I think is medium triple B for Moody's, and it's low single A for S&P, as I recall. In fact, I tend to focus more on the secured debt rating because that's the kind of debt that they actually issue. And the secured debt ratings are solid single A. So I think that the commission should take that into account as to what are the ratings for the type of debt that they actually issue. And it's not the end of the world if there's, a one-notch downgrade, if that happens. Yeah, that will increase their cost of debt slightly. You don't want to see that happen, but on the other hand, you don't want to award them an outlandish ROE or an imprudent capital structure just to prevent that from happening either.
Right.
So I'm not
Sorry.
telling you to ignore it, but don't worship at the altar of the credit ratings.
Balance. Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. I want to go to, well, let me talk a little bit about growth in the ROE model first. And we've done some digging through Department of Energy statistics on the first day of testimony. We came up with a chart that basically showed increases in revenue across the electric utility industry, I guess, for the 130 some odd IOUs. And it was showing a revenue growth somewhere between 1% and 2%, but roughly probably 1.25%, 1.5% annually. And in our DCF modeling, and it, even in the past, but with current estimates that are put in the models, we see 5%, somewhere in that range, 5 to 5.5. Well, this is retail prices, but I think the one that we finally settled on, I think, was an exhibit that Mr. Du Bois brought up, and I don't know if we entered it into evidence, which I think everybody agreed gave a more accurate picture of the. Is that something you can track down? Mr. Du Bois held my feet to the fire, but we came up with a better exhibit.
Mr. Chairman, Your Honor, Will Du Bois for SPS. It was entered, I believe, as SPS Exhibit 53.
Okay. So anyway, while we're pulling that up, I can still ask the general question here. It was showing a growth rate, I think, that probably comes out to, on a compound rate, somewhere between 1.25 and 1.5% growth in revenue. So you see the raw numbers here. Thank you. H.E. Hurst does it again. And, we're putting into the DCF model growth rates of 5% or 5.5%, thereabouts, whatever. Please describe to me as best you can where that earnings growth rate comes from when the revenue growth rate is as low as it is.
Commissioner, the only thing I see here are the growth in the number of customers. So
Oh, I'm
I have,
sorry. No, the
yeah,
one. Okay, so let's go back to, boy, we misread that. Let's go back to, well, anyway, the growth in customers still relevant, 1 to 1.5%. Then let's go to kilowatt hours generated. So Elizabeth, you were on the right track to start.
Well, Mr. Chairman, SPS also, they didn't offer into evidence, but they also provided SPS Exhibit 51, which does say revenue.
Okay, let's do that. That's the one. Thank you. Oh, well, okay, electricity, good, total. Okay, so you can see, Mr. Cahal, that, boy, it's pretty darn flat or very slow growth. And so my question is we're plugging in these numbers, and thank you, H.E. Hurst, for keeping us focused.
Would you like that SPS Exhibit 1 admitted?
Yeah, I think it's, yes.
Any objection to what's been identified previously by SPS as Exhibit 51, an EIA Table 5.2 revenues from sales of electricity to ultimate customers from 2011 through May of 2021. Hearing no objection, SPS Exhibit 51 is admitted. Go ahead, Mr. Chair.
So I want to get a clear sense, because I believe what we're talking about in that DCF model is people are plugging in earnings growth. With that slow growth in revenue, where is the earnings growth coming from?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the historical data on earnings. It should be available. Maybe a better source than EIA, which what they're able to present is pretty limited. Is the Edison Electric Institute also has, it's may not be publicly available, I don't know, but they also have financial data for the investor-owned utilities. That stuff's kind of useful to look at too.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't really focus on the historical data, and that's because the models are forward-looking. These are the growth rates that I'm relying on, the 5 to 5.5%, which honestly I view as kind of attractive growth.
Yes.
If I was an investor, I would look at 5 to 5.5% growth as being kind of attractive, on top of nearly a 4% dividend.
Yep.
But those are the expectations of financial analysts, those out there that have made these projections. One of the striking things about the projections that are out there and available is just how darn consistent they are. It's striking. I use 4 sources. Mr. DeCensus used 4 sources for his DCF. They were similar to mine, but not quite the same.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a remarkable degree of consistency. But squaring this with the historical growth in revenues, I can't really do it, from this information. This is kind of interesting.
That's future revenues.
Yeah.
You recall, you've been doing this for a while, the growth rates that you've been using in past DCF models um, during these years? You've been at this a long time, so.
They haven't changed a great deal. If you want to go back 20 or 30 years, I would say they're a little bit higher now than they used to be.
Mhm. Okay. But in prior
Not
years,
dramatically, but a little bit.
yeah. But in prior years, when you were doing DCF modeling, you were plugging in growth rates, somewhere in the 5% range.
Yeah, maybe slightly lower than that, but yeah, 4 to 5%.
And I,
You go back, 10, 20, 30 years, dividend yields were much higher.
yeah,
And, and in a way that made the job a bit easier, because that meant that the dividend yield, which is something you can directly observe, no dispute over it,
right.
was a certain number, and it was a larger percentage of the total return.
Mhm. So I'll pose a couple of what I think is maybe the only possibility is that, and tell me if you think this could be true. The main reason that earnings would grow faster would be that for some reason your cost of sales has gotten smaller, so that's pushed up your earnings. So that somewhere in the equation, something like that would be happening. Would that be a reasonable thought in that regard?
That would be a logical suggestion. Let me put it that way. If you have earnings growing faster than revenues, and frankly, for the proxy companies, I don't know whether that's true or not. It's checkable, I guess.
Yeah.
Then logically, it would be because the costs are not rising as fast as revenues are rising.
So, it does raise a question for me, unless we can kind of resolve how that's happening, is, are the growth rates we're plugging in there perhaps higher than they should be? And, and if we're relying, as I understand from the testimony, first of all, in the testimony, are we primarily relying on the analysts to provide this from the major reputable sources? Is that correct?
Yes, I think that you're raising the question, which comes up from time to time. Are analysts being too optimistic?
Yeah.
And when I say when they're being too optimistic, is not that they're good analysts or bad analysts, but whether their optimism misrepresents where the great body of investors actually are.
Mm-hmm.
It's not like we're surveying thousands and thousands of investors here.
Right.
It's a limited universe of analysts that are willing to publicly report their projections.
Mm-hmm. And, as we get into that growth rate discussion, there's certainly different points of view on it. So Mr. Garrett goes to a growth rate on the slow end of the spectrum, basically under the theory that over time you can't grow faster than the economy, and these are mature businesses that have already basically have 100% of their customer base, and it's just going to grow at the rate of the economy. I know you don't agree with that. Give me the key reasons why. What do you think the biggest weakness is in that?
Well, I don't think he's wrong. It's rather my perspective is that I simply don't want to. I don't want to use my subjective judgment to displace objective published data that's out there for the entire financial community to see.
Uh-huh.
It's more a matter of objectivity of using published data rather than putting my wet finger in the air and saying, this is what I think.
Um,
And I can't say that he's wrong.
Yeah, no. You know, and I was reading in Mr. What did he?
And by the way, Commissioner, at the end of the day, he doesn't come up with a recommendation that's really different than mine anyway.
Oh, no, I know that. I'm just trying to get an understanding of all of this stuff. Mr. Oh God, why do I keep writing down Watson in my notes when I know it's not Watson? It's Mr.
Walters,
Walters. Thank you. So Mr. Walters did an interesting thing. He did a two-stage DCF where he kind of took the investors' stuff, the investors' projections for the first X number of years, and then went to kind of a more of a terminal growth rate. I don't know what the right term is after that, which was lower. Does that feel like a reasonable approach to you?
Yes, I think that you're referring. That's a method that the FERC uses.
Oh, okay.
It's they call it the two-step, and it's not a dance, but it's the two-step DCF in which they used analyst growth rates, similar to what I used and Mr. Descendas used for this first stage.
Mhm.
And then they used the growth in nominal U.S. GDP growth rate
Right.
for the second step. And they give an 80% weight to the first step, a 20% weight to the second step. And that's fine. It adds some complexity. I don't have a quarrel with it. It's not going to produce something that's a whole lot different than what I did, but it's going to be a little bit different, a little bit lower.
So
It makes some sense.
yeah,
I've generally found that it's important not to overcomplicate this and to make the analysis transparent for the commission. The
Yeah.
results have to be reproducible, and so I don't like methods that use that cannot be readily and transparently reproduced.
do you think his approach or the FERC approach falls into that category?
No, I'm not sure exactly what he did computationally. I think what the FERC does is easily reproducible on a spreadsheet.
Yeah,
The FERC does try to keep it simple.
right. And in Mr. Walters' testimony, he used I think what he characterized as the our commission's formula with the 30 days, I guess. He got 9.2% DCF, and then he did this sustainable growth model where he switched over two-step, and he came up with 8.8%. So that was the difference. Does that sound reasonable to you?
It doesn't sound unreasonable. His method may give a little bit more weight to the terminal, what you call the terminal growth rate or the long-term growth rate than the FERC method, which it only gives a 20% weight to it.
Okay.
But that sounds like it's within the range of reasonableness, and it, by the way, corresponds to the lower end of my range.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. So I'm going to move on from DCF questions, and I'm going to go to
Commissioner
capital.
Fishman, Mr. Chair, if I could just ask you, just looking at the time, it's almost 12:30. Are you
Oh,
going to
we
be
can-
finished soon, or is it appropriate to take a lunch break now?
No, we can take a lunch break. I'm not quite sure how long it'll take. Hopefully only 15 more minutes at most. Hopefully.
I think in the interest of making sure that we're adequately nourished and rested, it's all right. We'll take a lunch break until 1:30. So unless there's any objection, okay, we're recessed until 1:30. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Kell,
Yes.
just off the record, I appreciate your clear answers.
Oh, thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Me too.
Thank you.
Commissioner Fishman? Commissioner Fishman, you're not on mute.
I'm not on mute.
No, sir.
Did I say anything really embarrassing?
No, you didn't.
Thank you, David, but I hope you're not just making me feel good.
No, you didn't. I really wasn't listening. I just scared you.
I don't blame you for not listening. There's certainly nothing interesting. See you after lunch.
Yes, sir.
S&P site to look at the credit rating. There's been no change. There's been, as far as I can tell, there's been no statement even issued. Now, it turns out that at the time that El Paso went private, they stopped being rated by Standard & Poor's. El Paso went private, they stopped being rated by Standard & Poor's. But they're still rated by Moody's, and as far as I can tell, there's been no change in the Moody's rating, no statement issued by Moody's. And on the credit rating issue, in the Moody's rating, no statement issued by Moody's. And as far as I can tell, there's been no change in the Moody's rating, no statement issued by Moody's, being rated by Standard & Poor's. But they're still rated by Moody's, and as far as I can tell, there's been no change in the Moody's rating, no statement issued by Moody's. And on the credit rating issue, and I don't want to spend much time on it. Then I'd say that a couple of potential.
I'm gonna go down the road to the Walgreens and try to get a battery to get the air back on, so you don't get hot.
All right.
You know? Should be back before you go back on the record. You're doing it, Dallas. I'll be back.
Mr. Cahill, I'm going to
Yeah.
remind them that we have a very strict hour of your time remaining at the start.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I can go a little bit past 3:30, but
2:30 our time, right?
I'm sorry, 2:30 your time. I can go a little bit past that, but
Okay.
not much past it in order to get to my doctor's appointment.
Right.
I will go quick.
With deliberate speed though, Commissioner Fishman.
No, no, no. I want to make your life a living hell. No, I will deliberate speed. I hear you. Hey, Elizabeth, how you doing? Okay, I'm good.
Okay. How are we doing, Mr. Lee?
Good. I'm ready when you are.
Okay, awesome. Let's see, where's our witness? Oh, we have our witness. We have the chairman. We have other people. It's time. Okay, welcome back from our luncheon recess. And I just want to note, I can get the cursor to move. Just want to note for the record that over the lunch break, SPS filed. Why is that not showing up? Hey, I don't know why that's showing up that way. Never mind. Mr. Chairman, you have some more questions for Mr. Kale.
Yeah, thank you.
Your Honor, Your Honor, Chairman Fishman, Commissioner Hall, may I briefly address something before we pick questioning back up?
We have a procedural matter we need to deal with now, Mr. Du Bois.
It is it's an issue regarding questioning that I think is, while I didn't interject this morning, is timely.
Okay.
Your Honor, Chairman Fishman, Commissioner Hall, while I did not interject during questioning this morning, there is a concern regarding questions asking a witness to characterize the state of mind of another witness. There were a number of questions to Mr. K. Hall this morning that he variously responded to regarding his opinion about other witnesses' states of mind that would certainly be beyond his knowledge and generally are inadmissible in any event. And again, while I did not interject this morning, I wanted to raise the issue now, and SPS would object to any further questioning of witnesses regarding opinions or mental impressions of other witnesses' states of mind.
And I actually believe that at least for the questions that, well, I guess number one, you didn't object, Mr. Du Bois. So you're a day late and $1 short as far as those questions go. And I do believe that if it, as to the specific questions, I think the record will reflect that I believe the witness was very careful in answering those questions. So, if you want to make timely objections when the question's asked, then I'll rule upon them. Okay.
Your Honor, thank you, Your Honor, but to be clear, I was not seeking to strike anything that already occurred. I was simply asking on a going forward basis, and it has been my prior experience of being directed not to object during commissioner questions, and that's what I was relying on. If there is different guidance, I would rather not have to do that for obvious reasons, but if that is the instruction, then I would change my practice, Your Honor.
Well, that's that is kind of a delicate situation. I agree with you. And I also agree with you that having one witness testify to what's in the mind of another witness is technically, according to the rule, not allowed. So, again, I will, as I indicated previously, evaluate testimony and other documentary evidence and afford it what weight, if any, pursuant to the commission's practice. Okay, Mr. Du Bois.
Thank you, Your Honor, for allowing me to raise that.
Very well. Chairman Fishman, more questions for Mr. Kale.
Yes, thank you. And I promise I will not be asking any questions about anybody's state of mind except your own, Mr. Kale.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay, terrific. And so I was going on to return on equity. And there's an interesting testimony from Patricia Martin. And it's page 30 of her direct testimony. Basically it's, it starts line 6. Well, actually it starts line 5. SBS has a number of off-balance sheet obligations that the rating agencies include in their analysis of credit metrics. During 2019, S&P identified $358.5 million of debt adjustments for off-balance sheet items for SPS, of which approximately 75% were for purchase power agreements and operating leases. After those off-balance sheet obligations are taken into account, the actual economic equity ratio considered by the rating agencies is far lower than the regulated equity ratio. And this is her continuing. For example, a regulated equity ratio of 54.72%, which is the number that is in the STIP, translates to an economic equity ratio of 51.27% under S&P's methodology. The regulated equity ratio thus understates the true leverage considered by credit rating agencies because it excludes off-balance sheet items as well as short-term debt. Is that concept clear to you that I read? Does it make sense? Or is there something there I need to reread?
No, I understand it. It's an issue that I've had to deal with, that the rating agencies have these particular formulas, and there are judgmental elements to those formulas where they take long-term obligations like PPAs, and they take a certain percentage of the capacity payments under those. They look at the rate treatment of those. That enters into it also. They apply what they call a risk factor to it.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a while since I've actually gotten into that, but they have formulas that they use with judgmental inputs, and they impute that into the credit metrics.
Okay.
That's a factually true statement.
Yeah, no, and I agree. I'm looking back through prior rate cases. I haven't noticed any testimony to this effect with our other utilities. And so I'm asking you, is this an issue that's brought up frequently in rate cases that you've been engaged in?
Not so much in rate cases. That's not really where it comes up, to be honest with you. It's come up sometimes in PPA approval cases. That's where I've seen it brought up.
Okay.
There was a case recently in Rhode Island where the utility was actually asking for a bonus payment on a PPA, that is cost recovery over and above the cost of the PPA,
Okay.
to compensate them for the balance sheet effect that the rating agencies were imputing. Needless to say, I was working for the staff of the Rhode Island Commission. Needless to say, we opposed that, and it was not allowed.
Mm-hmm.
It's also been brought up when utilities have had to evaluate the buy versus build issue. They regard imputed debt as being an additional cost is part of their cost benefit analysis. I mean, rate cases, no, I haven't really seen it brought up too much in rate cases.
So compared to the proxy group average, there is, I'm getting confused in my alphabet soup here from all the entities. But anyway, for SPS, that equity ratio of 54.72% is significantly higher than the average for the proxy group that I see in testimony. Is that correct?
Yes, the proxy group is closer to 50%.
Okay.
Go
ahead.
Or even slightly below 50%, because I'm using the holding companies, and which is what the proxy group consists of. I think that the problem with bringing up this issue is that it doesn't really get us very far, because SPS is not the only company that has PPAs. The proxy companies do as well. Now, it may be that it's a bigger deal for SPS than the proxy companies, but we don't really know that.
Okay. Thank you. You just swiped away my next question.
Sorry.
No, thank you. Now I don't have to articulate it, because I'm not very articulate today. You know, the sentence here, for example, a regulated equity ratio of 54.72% translates to an equity ratio of 51.27 under S&P's methodology. That reads to me a little bit like a justification for why their equity ratio is so much higher than the proxy group. How do you read that?
I think that it was intended to provide support for the 54.72%. I don't know whether that was intended to be a comparison with the proxy group. That's really the problem. I think that with Mr. DeSantis, he actually made a different comparison. He compared SPS to the operating subsidiaries of the proxy group, not the proxy group itself.
Okay.
And that's fine. You can do that. It makes the comparison a little bit more favorable for SPS, and I don't have a problem with that. Where I do have a problem is in using that not to justify the capital structure, but to justify its risk adjustment, because I think that that's wrong, because it's the holding companies, not the operating companies, that were used for the DCF study.
Mm-hmm. In your judgment, is there a good reason for the equity ratio of SPS to be significantly higher than the proxy group?
I think that really the justification is that the company has a subpar Moody's corporate rating, which is a little bit below average. It's medium BB. Mm-hmm. And I forget when it was downgraded, a year or two ago. And they have a concern about that. And so they want to maintain a strong capital structure for that reason. It may also be that they feel that they need a strong capital structure, stronger than average capital structure, maybe because their capital spending program is more aggressive than the average utility. Those would be the things I think that will probably are in their minds. Mm-hmm. Frankly, I also think it's a case of different companies have different financial policies.
So in this case, what would you mean by financial policies?
Well, I think that companies have capital structure targets. And you'd like to think that the capital structure targets are based entirely on some sort of precise analysis that gets them to the optimal capital structure. That's a little bit elusive. And so there's a great deal of judgment and that goes into that. And I think that different managements of different companies just have reached different judgments as to really what's best.
Would you agree?
And I think it's up to the commission to decide, whether they're on the right track or not,
Yeah.
and to communicate that.
Would you agree that a 54.72% capital structure imposes more costs on ratepayers than a 50% equity capital structure?
It certainly does in the short run. It's difficult to say in the long run.
Okay.
That's the best answer I can give you. But the other reason, and I noted this in my testimony, I said, no, they do have a stronger than average capital structure. They have a very strong balance sheet. And that was a reason why I rejected Mr. DeSantis's risk adjustment. And so my acceptance of their proposed capital structure really is linked to the ROE recommendation.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's helpful on that issue. And now I'm going to ask a kind of a bigger picture question. This is off of capital structure. This is not going back to rate of return. If I looked at the universe of utility companies and saw that they were getting a 10% return on average, or I'll say 20% return, make it a little easier. And then I looked over at the S&P 500 and saw that if I was calculating, their cost of equity, and actually what I'm saying, 20% cost of equity, and I calculated for S&P 500, and I got a 10% cost of equity, would you say at that point in time that utility shareholders are getting overcompensated at the expense of ratepayers?
Yeah, I take your question to mean that they were awarded the 20%, not just that you estimated it.
Yeah, they were awarded a 20% on.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's something wrong if the cost of equity used for setting ROE is higher for the utility, just speaking in general terms, than the S&P 500. There's no question in my mind that utilities are less risky than the average S&P 500 company.
So I'm going to go to Hope in Bluefield, which basically talks about commensurate returns. And the question I just asked you, based on risk, in my mind, is comparing returns and seeing if they're commensurate. Would you see it that way?
Yes, commensurate on a risk-adjusted basis, yes.
Right. Commensurate on a risk-adjusted basis. And, as I look at testimony from all the parties, one thing that occurs to me, with the exception of Mr. Garrett's testimony on ROE, is that I don't see any direct comparisons of the ROE that we come up with in our modeling to the broader investment world. And clearly Mr. Garrett thinks that's incorrect. I'm not sure that you do, but I'd love to hear your thoughts on that.
I have a couple of thoughts on that. One is that I believe that's exactly what the DCF model does when we apply it to the utilities.
Okay.
Because the foundation of the DCF model, or the application of the DCF model, are share prices of utilities. Those share prices are set in the context of a broader global stock market. Investors are looked at all of their investment options globally, both globally in a geographic sense and globally in asset categories. So in my opinion, the DCF does exactly that, because it relies and it uses as its foundation share prices set in those global markets. Secondly, I did make an attempt. I don't really rely on it because I just don't feel it's that reliable. In using the capital asset pricing model, and when I did that, I used a range of equity risk premiums for the S&P 500, ranging from 5% to 8%. That didn't really come from me. It comes from the Brealey and Myers corporate finance textbook.
I'm sorry, the what?
It comes from the Brealey, that's Brealey, and Myers textbook, corporate finance textbook. And when you couple that with the current long-term treasury yield of about 2.3% as of the time of my testimony, it moves around obviously, then that gives you an estimate of the S&P 500 overall return. Historically, the betas for electric utilities have been around 0.7. I realize that they happen to be higher than that right now, but historically they've been around 0.7. And so if you take the difference between 0.7 and 1.0, which is the beta of the S&P 500, that's 0.3. And if you multiply that 0.3 times that range of 5% to 8%, that's going to give you a premium for the S&P 500 over utilities of something like about 1.5% to 2%.
Mm-hmm.
I know that's a little convoluted, but it allows me to make a comparison of how much lower the return is for electric utilities than the S&P 500.
Okay.
But I don't really rely on that, but it's just an observation.
Yeah, it's a thought process to be sure your results make sense.
Exactly.
If I have, go back to my prior example, 20% ROE versus 10% for the S&P 500. If a utility was awarded 15% ROE, while all those other utilities had 20%, would it create any difficulty for that utility in getting capital?
No. I've heard that argument made before, and it's to me it's an obviously wrong argument, because as long as the return equals or exceeds the cost of equity, then it meets the capital attraction standard. Somehow the argument that I've heard the term competitive disadvantage. Utilities don't compete with each other.
Exactly.
To start with. Secondly, you can make the observation, yes, but capital markets are competitive and they operate in competitive capital markets. That's true. But to claim there's a competitive disadvantage is to imagine that there's a fixed amount of money that will be invested in utilities and no more than that. And that simply isn't the case. Utilities represent a tiny, tiny fraction of the total investable funds. And so the utility that's getting 15% while its friends are getting 20% is not at a competitive disadvantage either versus those utilities or in capital markets, because capital markets are vast.
Thank you. And I'm going to paraphrase here and tell me if I've got it wrong. So long as it meets the investor's required return, utilities competing against a vast array of investments for money, not just other utilities.
Exactly.
As long as
There
it's
isn't just a
competitive
fixed
in that
amount.
market.
I'm
Yeah, go
sorry.
ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, there isn't just a fixed amount of funds earmarked for utilities.
Okay.
In fact, I think as Ben Bernanke, former chairman of the Fed, once said, that the global markets are awash in liquidity.
Yeah. Have you ever considered, there are a number of companies that for various institutional investors provide financial analysis to help them build their portfolios. And they look across a broad range of assets and say, this is how risky this asset is, and this is what we judge to be the potential return over X period of time. Would you agree that that's the case?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Has it ever, do you think in terms of comparing, you've had your own way of comparing S&P to the utilities, your kind of thumbnail version. Do you think it would ever be helpful in a rate-making context to use that same kind of service?
I don't want to see I don't want to say it will never be useful. Maybe it will.
Okay.
But just based on my experience, it's just been too controversial. There are just too many different opinions about it. About what the return is on the S&P. You have, in the case that I've been in, just in New Mexico, I've seen vastly different estimates of what that is.
Mm-hmm.
I think that Mr. DeSantis, for example, is saying it's like 13 or 14%. There are others that are saying it's less than 10%. That just doesn't get us anywhere. I mean, that's why I prefer relying on the DCF model. It's more straightforward. It's more based on actual objective data.
I feel you completely. So your assessment is that if I went to a Wilshire Associates or one of those other companies that does that for pension funds, that we would have just as much controversy as if we took those numbers from these individual analysts that we've got?
Oh, I think so. I think that there would be, there would be disputes about it. I think that I've heard that the numbers that the pension advisors in their analysts use, I've heard them. They've been accused of being overly conservative on their return estimates because they're dealing with pensions and they have to be.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know whether that's true or not, but I don't know how you'd sort through all that. This is hard enough as it is.
Okay. That's all I needed to know. Thank you. I learn a little bit every time I send you a bench request or that I examine you.
As do I, Commissioner. Thank you.
I just really appreciate your direct and I feel very honest answers. So it's super helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Cahal, based on the Chairman's and Commissioner Hall's question, I just need one clarification from you. I know that you've testified that you did, that you were not privy to negotiations nor did you file stipulation testimony, correct?
That's correct. I was not involved in any way in the negotiations.
And other than being a required element to the filing of this type of stipulation, for what purpose or purposes do you believe that the illustrative ROE could be utilized by the commission?
It's simply the purposes that were stated in the stipulation having to do with, I think Commissioner Fishman clarified that the ROE was a data input that would be used to evaluate the wind PPAs. And I believe that some of the filing requirements of the company require inserting a number, an ROE number. It's just kind of a reporting requirement. Other than that, I don't really know what it's used for.
Okay, so you don't necessarily think then that that illustrative ROE that the parties have put forth could be used for a rate-making purpose, like determining a carrying charge?
Right.
Like a WACC?
No, I think it's possible, and I don't know the answer to this, but I think it's possible that the number could be used for AFUDC purposes. I'm not sure what ROE the company intends to use for AFUDC purposes, but that's kind of an accounting issue, and that is probably best directed at them. I think it's a relatively small issue. The only thing I can tell you is that, to my knowledge, there's no direct connection between the $62.4 million rate increase and the 9.35.
I'm sorry, there's no direct connection to the.
I'm sorry, between the $62.4 million rate increase and the 9.35% ROE. I don't know if there is. I don't know where there isn't. I have no reason to believe there is, because the 62.4 million is a black box number.
So are you suggesting then that the commission reject it?
Oh, no, I'm not. The stipulation? No,
Yes.
I'm not. I'm not. My client, the AG, supports it.
Okay, thank you.
And I don't see anything in it that warrants rejecting it, but I'm not familiar with all aspects of the case.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Gedko, any follow-up questions?
No, Your Honor.
Very well. Anyone have follow-up questions? Mr. Dubois.
Yes, Your Honor, I do. Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Cahall.
Good afternoon.
In some discussion regarding DCF calculation methodology, did I understand you correctly to say that you had not reviewed prior New Mexico Commission orders regarding DCF methodology application for ROE purposes?
No, I didn't say that. I reviewed obviously the SPS's last case resulted in a settlement which was approved by the commission, so I saw that. There was a previous SPS order. There was a hearing examiner's order which I reviewed, and then there was a commission order which I reviewed. And there was a court appeal and then a settlement of the court appeal. It's been quite a while, but I did review those. I just haven't done it recently.
So in reviewing those, do you recall seeing commission precedent regarding the averaging period to use for DCF calculation?
Yes, I do recall seeing that.
And that was the 30-day provision,
That
correct?
was the 30-day. Yes, I think I did indicate, and I think it's even in my pre-filed testimony, that the commission, at least at times, has utilized the 30-day period.
Thank you. Getting back to the purposes for which an ROE is stated in the stipulation, is it your understanding at this point that there is a requirement to state at least a revenue requirement for the Hale and Sagamore wind projects?
I don't know. I had that discussion with Commissioner Fishman, who talked about the evaluation over time, which I assume would require a revenue requirement calculation.
Okay, but
I mean, but in this case, the revenue requirements for that are embedded in the $62.4 million stipulation rate increase.
okay, but then to be clear, you're not aware of what the requirements are with regard to a savings analysis for the wind projects?
No, I'm not familiar with that. I believe he said that came from the certification case.
I will move on then. Actually, with that, I think I don't have anything else to ask you, Mr. Cahill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anything further? Hearing nothing. Mr. Kale, thank you very much, sir. You're excused.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And I believe the next witness, Mr. Chairman, you wanted to ask some questions from FEA, LES witnesses, Walters and Gorman. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So Ms. Drake or Major, which witness do we have available?
We have Mr. Walters available first and then Mr. Gorman. And as I noted at the start of the hearing,
She froze.
Yep, you're frozen.
We've all been there.
can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, sorry, my internet connection is not the greatest, sorry. So Major Buchanan will put on Mr. Walters, and then I will put on Mr. Gorman. FEA and LES are sharing those witnesses, but we divvied them up between the lawyers.
Okay, very well. Thank you. Major, you have a witness, Mr. Walters, correct?
Yes, Your Honor, and I believe I just saw him. There he is.
Yep, there you are, Mr. Walters. Good afternoon. Just unmute yourself.
Unmute. Thank you. Sorry for that. Can everybody hear me okay?
Not an issue. Good to see you. Mr.
Likewise.
Lee, would you please swear Mr. Walters in?
Mr. Walters, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter now pending should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, I believe that the Chairman Fishman has some questions for you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Walters. Did you participate in putting together the stipulation that's currently in front of us?
I was only minimally involved in very early discussions. I did not participate in what ultimately led I did not participate in the conversations that ultimately led to the finalized and filed document.
Okay. And actually, I think Mr. Du Bois was just talking on this subject. I'm trying to get some clarity on exactly what the 9.35% ROE applies to in the stipulation. Is that an issue you can help me with?
Not with exact specificity. Based on conversations I believe you've had with other witnesses, I don't disagree with, I believe what Mr. Diacinda said, and that it provides a hurdle rate on those projects in establishing customer savings or customer protections, if you will. And it looks like I'm on page 7 of Exhibit D. It looks like the stipulated rate of return does carry forward and establish at least what defines the $62.4 million rate increase is. So, I mean, I think it at least serves as a part of that, at least according to the Exhibit D to the settlement.
I wish I could see that. Is that something you can put up on the screen? Here's,
I'm
Or
working on
Chris.
it.
thank you.
Did you say Exhibit D, sir? D as in dog?
Yes, sir. Sorry.
Which page of D, sir?
So certainly the ROE is specified on
No,
page,
which page of Exhibit D?
yeah. So page 6 of 7, it shows the cost rates. So
Okay,
the
hold
nine-
on. Okay.
So you'll see the second number from the top, the 935. That's the stipulated ROE number. If you scroll down to page 7, but you'll see right there where it produces the WACC, or the weighted average cost of capital, of 7.07%.
Correct.
You'll see that number on the following page, on page 7, which ultimately helps derive, I believe, so right there, the fourth number from the top, you'll see 7.07%.
Correct. Thank you.
And then if you flow all the way to the bottom of that page, you'll see the revenue deficiency of $62.4 million as called for in the stipulation.
Okay. So then from this chart, it does appear that it was used to calculate, or at least to somehow evaluate, the revenue deficiency.
Yeah, just based on my quick review of the PDF, I haven't done.
I'm not going to hold you to that.
Okay.
We have another witness we can ask to more completely explain.
Sure.
So thank you.
Sure.
In terms of ROE, I don't know if you heard us talking briefly with Mr. Gall about your methodologies, and you had 2 methodologies that you used. a one-step ROE and a two-step ROE.
Yeah, let me. So I actually had 4 versions of a DCF model presented. I had my typical analyses consist of a constant growth DCF, which is based on a 13-week average stock price. I also do a constant growth DCF analysis based on the sustainable growth rate, which is also commonly referred to as the retention growth rate. So it's just the plowback method. You know, what earnings are retained that the company plows back in, and how could, you know, what can they grow at by reinvesting in the business. And then I do a multi-stage DCF model, which you guys, I think, were trying to discuss. I think it was incorrectly characterized as the first two-step DCF. My multi-stage DCF model begins with for the first 5 years, I assume the same analyst growth rate projections. And then in step 2, or for the years 6 through 10, I assume a transition stage where the growth rate linearly moves, whether it be up or down, to the terminal growth rate, which I have used the projected GDP growth rate as a proxy for terminal growth. And that would be from years 11 through perpetuity.
Okay, and I had, I don't know if you caught this part of it, but we brought up an exhibit basically showing, you know, maybe, well, probably less than 1% growth rate in revenues across the electric utility universe. So I'll ask you the same. It seemed to be a little bit of a head scratcher for Mr. Call, but why is that rate in revenue growth 1%, yet we have historically 5% earnings growth rates in these DCF models? And I wondered if you have any insight as to the difference between those two numbers.
So I'm not entirely sure what all goes into that EIA charts numbers that you're referring to, but based on what I saw, I think that maybe some potential explanations are that the revenues reflect substantial cost of fuel savings. So if the cost of fuel has gone down over the last several years, the allowed income or the earned return component could have gone up and, you know, offset each other, if you will. Also, for the last few years, as you're aware, we've had utilities have had to refund customers tax savings around the country as a result of TCJA. So that could potentially be reducing the revenue base, but that's not an earnings, if you will. And then another potential is that in the earnings growth rates assumed for the proxy group companies, there could be some growth attributed to other non-regulated operations. And that, I mean, we try to minimize how much sway that could have in the growth rate.
Yeah.
By, you know, maybe using a higher percentage of operating income or revenue from regulated entities, but it still could have an impact. And but to what extent, I'm not entirely sure, and I wouldn't even want to guess. But it's just a potential explanation for what maybe why they're not necessarily aligned.
You know, reasonable things to look at, obviously. On the fuel piece, which I would imagine would be potentially a significant part of this, because as you point out, fuel costs have come down, but those are a pass-through cost.
Right.
So it would affect the total revenues. It would affect that part of the equation, but because it's a pass-through, am I correct in saying it would not impact the earnings piece?
Yeah, generally speaking, it should not impact the earnings piece. So if you have a substantial reduction or savings in revenues from fuel costs, that allows for more room in the earnings base. So this entire time, you're seeing rate base growth, which drives earnings growth. So as the return on and of that rate base growth is incorporated into revenues while fuel costs are falling, they kind of offset each other, which could show potentially flat, if you will, in revenues.
Okay. I know you, in your testimony, made some comments on on the capital structure, or was that Mr. Gorman?
So I referenced Mr. Gorman's recommendation, and we kind of make a joint, if you will. So they're in conjunction with each other.
Okay. I'll wait for, if Mr. Gorman is available, I'll wait to ask that question for him.
Sure.
So I had, in talking with Mr. Cahal, thrown out this idea of, well, we have these well-established independent companies, not investors themselves, that work with pension funds and institutional investors and give them their analysis of what's happening by investment sector and what they predict will happen. And I'd ask Mr. Call if, and I'm asking you the same thing, would, in terms of trying to be sure that the utility sector, in the way that we regulate rates, doesn't get out of whack with the rest of the markets, would it be useful to use any of those services to use as kind of a checkpoint to be sure that we're not spinning off into outer space?
Maybe I had stepped out during that particular conversation. Can you, I guess, identify maybe some of those services so I can have better
Well, so I
clarity?
could take like Wilshire Associates, I believe, is one that I've seen that works with a lot of pension funds, and there's a bunch of other ones. And again, I'm looking at Hope and Bluefield, and it basically says commensurate. It doesn't limit the universe to just utilities. And in my mind, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong, I think Hope and Bluefield kind of challenges us to make those comparisons and come up with ways to make those comparisons to be sure that we're being fair to everybody involved. So anyway, that's the context of my question.
Yeah, so, and I believe this was brought up maybe in a bench request that was requested earlier on in the case. I've actually never specifically looked at, say, pension funds and their relative risk in assessing the cost of equity for a regulated utility. The pension funds are driven by their investment objectives. They themselves are institutional investors, and their advisors make advice to them based on their investment objectives or goals, if you will. And that could be driven by a multitude of things, including the demographics of those that are that qualify for the pension itself.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know that I believe that they could necessarily provide too much information, if you will. But then again, like I said, I have not necessarily looked into pension related stuff as it relates to risk comparability and return objectives.
Yeah. So in asking that question, I think you raise a good point, by the way, that pension funds have a specific set of objectives. So the analysis that would need to be done in the utility context might be conducted in a different way. but would it make sense to have somebody who theoretically is an objective, non-conflict of interest entity perform that analysis? That would be different than what they do for a pension fund, but would utilize their expertise across a broad range of investments in order to make these comparisons.
Yeah, I mean, I'm certain that some kind of useful information could come out of an in-depth, thorough analysis. But you know, I don't know that I've necessarily thought it through, or have much of an opinion on the applicability to it.
Okay.
You know, just a raw analysis of it. You know, generally speaking, you would think that pension funds are well diversified funds that are going to be not only invested in stocks, but they'll also be invested in bonds, and they're going to have a weighted return, if you will, that they're trying to maximize return at the least possible risk. Right. So, and they'll do their own, they'll allocate their portfolio or the investments in their portfolio based on their view of things and how their risk profile shakes out, if you will.
Accordingly. Okay. In terms of the range of ROEs, and I don't know, I only managed to get to your direct testimony. I don't know if you had any supplemental. You've got about, my notes say 8.8% for your multi-stage model. And I'm just focusing on DCF because quite frankly, that's what our commission focuses on when we generally do these decisions.
Sure.
Yeah. So
I'm looking at the numbers right now. If you want me to go over them.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sure. So my multi-stage DCF model is presented on my attachment CCW 10. The average multi-stage DCF is 843, and the median result is 864.
Oh, okay.
Is that 8.43?
Yes, sir, 8.43%. And I actually believe there's a table that summarizes all my DCF results. If I can find it. Table. There. Table 8 on page 49 of my direct testimony summarizes the results, both the average and median of all 4 applications of my DCF.
Okay. And I'm terrible. If I start trying to scroll through these, I'll get lost and my questions will be even worse than they are now. So I'm going to take your word for what you tell me.
Sure.
On your single stage model, what was the range there and where did you end up?
So the constant growth DCF based on analyst growth rates, the average was 9.6 and the median was 9.2. That's 9.60%, 9.20%. The constant growth DCF based on what I believe to be the commission's preferred method had an average of 9.53% and a median of 9.15%.
Okay.
And the constant growth DCF based on the sustainable or the retention growth is 8.61%, and the median is 8.76%. And that sums all of them up.
Okay. In your heart of hearts, and based on your expertise, so I'm not going to say this is based on your emotions, but based on your expertise, which model do you prefer? Which form of the DCF model?
So I take the view that no one model is perfect at any given time. And that's why I generally apply multiple methods of multiple models in each of my testimonies. And then I will go through the results of each of those and make obviously I'll exercise professional judgment in my review of those results. Generally, I rely on the constant growth based on analyst growth rates. But that's not to say I certainly do take into consideration the results of the other models. So, they each serve as a check on one another, if you will, and they all provide relevant information.
Okay. And I think this is my last question, is regarding analyst accuracy. I believe it was in your testimony again that I saw you had projected treasury rates going forward, a table for 7 or 8 years or 10 years as projected by, I guess, whoever the group of analysts is that you average for the blue chip?
Yeah, the blue chip financial forecast.
Blue chip financial forecast. And in looking at it, and I may be misreading it, so tell me if I am, it looked like they were pretty consistently high in projecting what the treasury rates would be going forward. Maybe off usually by 0.5% to 1%. We're going a little bit from memory here. Is that accurate? Am I reading that chart correctly?
I wish I could see the chart you're referring to, but my recollection is that yes, analysts do tend to have, especially over the last several years, as far as projected treasury bond yields, how do I say this? They do tend to overstate. If you go back and look back at what the actual interest rate was at the time for the period that they were projecting, what they were projecting tends to be in excess of what was realized.
In terms of, that wasn't the last question, I lied. Got a couple more. The analysts from these very reputable sources, Value Line, S&P, do they rely to some extent on those projections from blue chip? And does that lead to potential for them overestimating growth?
I can't say definitively that Value Line uses blue chip forecasts. I know for a fact Value Line puts forward their own forecast of projected treasury yields or interest rates, if you will. Blue chip is one of they've been around forever. They're well cited in certainly rate making proceedings when it comes to GDP and inflation and treasury yield projections. So I have no reason to believe that investors don't use blue chip forecasts in making investment decisions. So if they didn't, I don't think that they would be around for as long as they have. So.
Well, I'm done, and thank you. Your answers are just very precise, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thanks for your time, Chair.
Mr. Walters, I know that in response to some of the chairman's questions regarding ROE and the stipulated ROE, you seem to indicate that perhaps you did not know where that came from, except when you looked through Exhibit D.
I'm sorry, where what came from?
Where the 9.35 in the we'll call it the illustrative information provided with the stipulation came from. Is that correct?
I don't know how I'm sorry, I didn't mean to pause there. I don't know how the parties ultimately arrived on the 9.35%, aside from giving and taking, if you will, from all sides, from all parties involved. And that's the extent of my knowledge where the 935 came from.
But you did point to Exhibit D of the stipulation and show how it works in the calculation of the weighted average cost of capital if you accept the proposed capital structure, correct?
Yes, yeah, you can get to the 7.07% weighted average cost of capital, I believe, when you apply the cost rates as shown on page 6 and the capital structure as well.
And in fact, in your stipulation testimony, you support the stipulated ROE as you put it in your testimony of 9.35 and the stipulated ROR of 7.07 as being a just and reasonable result, correct?
Yeah, I believe it to be a just and reasonable result.
So even though you don't know exactly how they came up with it, you think it's reasonable.
How they got to the ROE and overall ROR, well, the ROR is a fallout of the application of the ROE and the capital structure. And regardless of the applicability of the 935 is, as I point out in my stipulation testimony, is only 5 basis points away from my recommendation of 9.4, and it's well within my recommended range of ROE, certainly of 9.1 to 9.7. And I also observed that the 7.07 resulting weighted average cost of capital, I believe, is within 3 basis points of our collective recommendation, which is the combination of Mr. Gorman's recommended capital structure, the company's cost of debt, and my recommended ROE.
So then within the context of that explanation in your testimony, are you in fact recommending that the commission award SPS a 9.35 ROE in this proceeding?
I believe the settled ROE of 9.35% is a just and reasonable ROE. It's the result of substantial compromise amongst the parties. And while I did not participate in the latter stages of the compromising discussions, it's my understanding that not everybody got what they wanted, and everybody got a little bit of something that they wanted. And the ultimate result of that 935 ROE and 707 rate of return are just and reasonable figures.
Well, if some of the parties are saying that they've only provided that information because it was required as part of the stipulation filing, both as I can tell you, if you look at item 6 of the procedural order that I issued in this case, way back in February 4th, I said any stipulation and supporting documents pursuant to the commission rule 1.2.2.20 NMAC has to include a reconciliation statement containing information listed in 1.2.2.36F. And I gave a filing date, and I said any stipulation shall at a minimum identify the following cost of service components to apply following the issuance of a final order: depreciation rates, return on equity, tax unadjusted weighted average cost of capital, and annual amortization amount for each amortized item in the cost of service. And do you believe the stipulation does that?
if my understanding of what Exhibit D is, it at least, I didn't write down every item you just said, and I don't have your procedural order in front of me. I apologize. But it looks like at least Exhibit D I think it reconciles the cost of capital component and the depreciation and amortization component.
Well, let me ask you this, since parties seem to be particularly skilled in the way they have utilized the language surrounding some of these reporting requirements, would you feel confident based upon your testimony and your understanding of the stipulation to conclude that the commission, based on the information, could say, okay, the depreciation rates that have been included are the depreciation rates, and the return on equity that was included is the return on equity rate for the company, and that the tax unadjusted weighted average cost of capital presented in the documentation is just that?
I believe that, I mean, following pages 6 and 7 of Exhibit D, I think it serves that purpose.
Okay.
I have not done, like I said, I'm just going over the PDF version of that document. I've not gone through and calculated everything, but just the way that everything appears to flow on those 2 pages, I believe that the weighted average cost of capital is accounted for. I don't have a reason to believe why it's not. I know some parties, you know, there's this $14+ million bucket that I guess has potential for rate of return and other dollars from other issues, if you will. But I believe the rate of return shown on pages 6 and 7 of the Exhibit D represent the WACC, or the rate of return, if you will.
I'm sorry, represent the LEC?
I'm sorry, sir. The weighted average cost of capital. I
WACC.
said WACC. Yeah, sorry. My apologies.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
Major, any follow-up questions for Mr. Walters?
Yes, Your Honor, just briefly.
Please.
Mr. Walters, even though you did not participate in the settlement discussions, did you review the stipulation?
I have.
And well, if I could just turn you to, do you have it in front of you?
The stipulation?
Yes.
Yes, I do. I'm sorry.
Okay. Can you look at page 3 of the stipulation?
I'm there.
Okay. And is it your understanding that is it your understanding that the 9.3 ROE was agreed to for just specific limited purposes as outlined in section, so we'll call it I1 or 1.1 on that page?
So for clarification, Major, it's the 9.35% ROE. I think you said 9.3.
Oh, I apologize. I meant to say 9.35.
Yeah, so it says that it cites the rule that Madam Hearing Examiner recited earlier, the 1.2.2.36.f. And it specifies for the Sagamore Wind Project and the Hale Wind projects. And while it says, that the positions are not necessarily resolved, things are, it's taken into, the differences are resolved through an unspecified adjustment.
Thank you. Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, Major. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Walters? Hearing none. Mr. Walters, you're excused. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Appreciate it. And I believe Ms. Drake, you have a witness.
Yes, I do, ma'am. And I believe he may be in the waiting room or
Okay.
just shortly in the waiting room.
Okay.
I've let him know that it's his turn, so hopefully,
Okay, very well.
hopefully he'll be showing up soon. Sorry for the delay.
Well, while we're waiting, Mr. DuBois, did SPS file something during lunch on the bench request 5?
Will Du Bois for SPS, Your Honor. SPS filed something earlier today. I can, if you give me one moment, I can find around what time it was served.
Because I thought you were going to have were you going to have another follow-up to 5, or was it just the one?
It was just the one follow-up to 5, and it was served at.
Okay. Yep, I have that one. So very well. Mr. Chairman, you had wanted the opportunity to review that bench request. Because I was going to.
Go ahead.
I was going to admit it.
Yeah,
have you had an opportunity to do that yet or no?
I have not looked at the latest little piece that they wanted to add. So,
okay. All right.
I can do that now. If that's gotten to me, I will call that up.
Okay. Also, Mr. Du Bois, it appears that we may have to recall one of your witnesses, and I think, I don't know if it's Mr. Grant, but I'm definitely going to want to know from SPS specifically what their intent is on the application of the 9.35 ROE and for what purpose?
Yes, Your Honor. It may be Mr. Grant. It may be Mr. Matley. I will investigate and get back to you as soon as.
Okay, very well.
Madam Hearing Examiner, I think Mr. Gorman may be in the waiting room or trying to log on right now.
Okay, I'm not seeing him waiting yet.
He says he's there.
Because usually I get a little message that says that somebody is waiting. Let me try to scroll my. Nope.
Okay, let me see if he's having issues. Apologies for the delay. I just asked him to retry to log on to Zoom.
Okay,
Sorry about this. Any luck yet, Madam Hearing Examiner?
no, ma'am, I do not see him knocking on the door.
Well, I apologize for that. I'm not sure what's going on.
Okay,
I don't want to hold things up. Do the commissioners or you have questions for others that you would like to take at this point, just so we don't hold things up? It looks like he's having trouble with the link. So we're going to try to resend him the link, but would you like to go on with somebody else in the meantime?
do you want me to
So Thor Nelson for the NMLCG hearing examiner Hearst, if it's helpful. I know David Garrett has been monitoring the YouTube all afternoon, and
Okay.
I believe he is available if that would be convenient for the commission.
Very well, Mr. Chair, would that be convenient for you?
Sure, that works fine.
Okay,
If
all
I
right.
could just ask, could you resend Mr. Gorman the proper link? Because he's saying that his, when he tries to get on, it says that the meeting has not started. So I'm wondering if he has a bad link or something.
He probably has the earlier link.
So I'm fine if you want to proceed with Mr. Garrett, and then we can come back to Mr. Gorman. Whichever way you'd like to do it is fine with us.
Okay, so. Okay, Ms. Drake, I just sent my link to you, since I don't have Mr. Gorman's email address right in front of me.
That's fine.
Okay.
Thank you, ma'am. We'll try
Okay.
to get that to him.
Okay. Very well. So now we're going to go ahead and go with Mr. Garrett. So I just need to see Mr. Garrett knocking on the door.
I just sent him an email and a text message, and I believe he is processing the clicking of the necessary buttons as we speak.
Okay. Let me make sure I have the necessary notebooks. There's Mr. Garrett. Hello there, Mr. Garrett.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm doing okay. I'm glad your technology is working.
Yeah.
Awesome. Mr. Lee, would you swear Mr. Garrett, please?
Mr. Garrett, would you raise your right hand, please? You solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the matter not pending should be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Very well. Mr. Garrett, I believe that Chairman Fishman has some questions for you.
Okay.
Welcome, Mr. Garrett.
Hello.
You're the outlier. I love going through your testimony because you bring a unique perspective, and it raises on a big scale, a question for me, which I think underlies so much of what you testified to, is, are we doing a good job of comparing returns in the regulated utility universe risk-adjusted returns on a comparable basis with the rest of the marketplace? So I'll start with that question. Are we?
You know, that's a good question. I've heard some discussion about that today with other witnesses. You know, I think an important distinction to make is between the idea of actual returns, which necessarily always have to be in the past. You wouldn't know what a return is until it's actually happened. And whether we're talking about the market or any individual stock, such as a utility stock, those actual returns are going to go, you know, up and down, and they can't be predicted. But in the financial modeling we do for the CAPM and DCF, we're trying to find the cost of equity for a particular asset, or in this case, a proxy group of utilities, that is trying to assess what investors expect given the level of risk that they've assumed in that investment. And so expected returns also do move up and down, but they're not as volatile as actual returns.
I take your distinction, and I should have said ROEs comparing as opposed to returns. So I asked that question poorly.
Oh, that's no problem. You're talking about authorized ROEs being.
Are they in line with ROEs in the marketplace? Is an ROE that we're assigning to a utility comparable on a risk-adjusted basis, or commensurate, as Hope and Bluefield say?
Now, I guess you're talking more just general landscape across the country?
Across S&P 500.
Well, I mean, as I do state in my testimony in this case, and I think just about every case, I do think that authorized ROEs around the country for all utilities are generally higher, and pretty much in every case higher than what a reasonable cost of equity estimate would be for that utility company. And it's been that way probably since the however long that we've been doing the regulatory model for, but at least going back 30 years or as long as I've looked at it.
So the question that I try to dig into is, and I think in talking to other witnesses, Mr. Cahal and Mr. Walters just before you, is, you know, how do you go about making those comparisons? And well, I'll just leave it at that. I'll leave it at that. How do you go about making those comparisons between the S&P 500 and what's happening in the utility world?
Well, the analysis that I do, where I derive the opinion I just stated about authorized ROEs being higher than utility cost of equity, is really to get the cost of equity of the market, which a lot of analysts do like to use the S&P 500 data as a proxy for the market. Of course, there's more stocks than that, but once you get a sample size of 500 or a little bit more, it's pretty good. So we go back and look at the equity risk premium. Well, I'll start with the risk-free rate. You kind of want to get an idea for whatever the risk-free rate is for a particular period or year. And a good proxy for that is 30-year Treasury bonds. So right now it's about 2%. And then you would add the next part's a little more controversial in that it's a little harder to determine, but you'd want to add to that what is called the equity risk premium. And there are different ways to calculate that. And I talk about that some in my testimony. But if you did that kind of for each year, you add the risk-free rate plus the equity risk premium, what you're kind of getting is a cost of equity, which is synonymous with the required return from the investor's perspective. You're getting what is a required return on the entire market on the S&P 500. And, that, let's say that right now is about 8 to 9% or something like that. And, going back years in the past, it doesn't drastically change from year to year, but it's a little higher in some years, a little lower than some years. But then the actual returns of the S&P 500 are going maybe quite a bit above that or quite a bit below that, such as in 2008. If you have a year where the market actually has a negative return, well, certainly no expected return from an investor could ever be negative. The lowest it could be is, I would say, the risk-free rate on any investment. So that's how I go about doing my analysis, just to kind of get back to your question and come to that conclusion that it's pretty clear that authorized returns have been consistently higher than utility cost of equity.
So I'm going to go back to, if I can find it here. From Descendis direct testimony, Schedule 2, page 5 of 5.
Okay.
And I went, I'd asked witness Cahal about this as well. If you go to, tell me when you found the page. And
I'm there.
Oh, okay. I don't know how you guys do it. Anyway, if I go there down to financial ratios.
Okay.
I was looking at two things. One was the financial ratios, earnings to price ratio. And this reads most recent year on the left, going back in time to the right. I'm looking at earnings to price ratio is 4.99%, both for 2019 and coincidentally also for 2015. Would you say is that how you read it as well?
Yes, yes.
And there's some variation in between, but it's been very steady.
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm looking at market to average book ratio, which if I look at 2015 was 166.42%. And if I go to 2019 is 206.43%.
Yes.
Okay. Would that be an indication in your mind that that ratio is going up and that it's fairly high for a pretty steady return? That perhaps the awarded ROE is on the high side in terms of where it should be?
Well, I think it could be an indication of that. I mean, it's if that's what it's saying, it's essentially coming to a conclusion that I would agree with. I suppose there's multiple different indicators and factors that one could look at to get to that conclusion, and perhaps that is one of them. That's not typically an analysis I perform as part of my cost of equity estimates, but some analysts do, and I doubt that not everybody would come to that conclusion based on that information, but perhaps that is another indicator of the issue we've been discussing, that in general awarded returns could be a little bit high.
Okay, but you wouldn't consider that a major factor in any analysis you would do. It would just be a checkpoint, if even that.
Perhaps it could be a checkpoint. Yeah, it's not a part of, certainly not a part of the DCF or CAPM analysis, which is the two models I really like to focus on. And then the checkpoint that I use for reasonableness is trying to, taking a reasonable estimate for the equity risk premium adding that to the risk-free rate, and then you kind of get your ceiling on I say ceiling because utility betas are consistently less than 1, and certainly the average beta of any proxy group that I've looked at has been less than 1. And so therefore, if you essentially make all the betas 1, which is the beta of the market, or let's say the S&P 500, then once you determine the cost of equity based on that calculation, that would be a ceiling for utility cost of equity. And that's the checkpoint I use to see if the cost of equity result that I've reached based on the CAPM and DCF averages is reasonable.
Okay. And I'm going to focus a little bit on the DCF model with you, because honestly, that's the metric that our commission and our staff is used to working with. And I know, you probably prefer CAPM, but I think that's what enables us to move forward with what we do, talking in terms of DCF.
Okay.
So earlier, in talking to Mr. Walters, we talked about the blue chip projections of treasury rates going forward and how they seem to be high all along the way. And the question I asked is whether, and I'm asking you as well, is whether you see that miss in the forecasts influencing the growth rates to the high side in value line or SPS growth rates for the utility industry.
Well, I don't know if they necessarily have to be related. You're talking about the blue chip forecast for interest rates?
Or treasury, yeah.
Well, I don't think that those, I mean, I guess in finance, in a way, everything is, eventually connected somehow. But to me, those seem like they would be different enough concepts that there shouldn't be too much of a direct influence.
Well, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, I mean, I'd finished. Well, I was just kind of, I'm thinking as I'm talking about this, but and I don't want to stray too far from your question. I do think, I've seen these. Typically, utility ROE analysts use forecasted interest rates rather than, or forecasted treasury bond yields rather than current treasury bond yields. And I don't think I can remember a time in which case the forecasted yields have been lower than the current yields from those witnesses. And I suppose maybe sometimes they end up being right about it. But I think that the issues I have with growth, the growth rates in the DCF model aren't as much related to forecasted bond yields. And I'm not sure that Mr. Diascendis was connecting those two issues either with the forecasted bond rates and then the growth rates he used in the DCF model.
Yet, in your testimony, I was taking basically inflation rate or risk-free rate plus growth rate as being key components of what you would factor into a growth rate. Was I reading that wrong?
No, well, I look at GDP growth as a limiting factor to the long-term growth rate input in the DCF model, which is based on what I would just think is pretty fundamental principles in valuation. I mean, it's not an idea that I came up with. I mean, I've read it in other books and treatises, and just I think that's a good principle to stick to. And so we might be talking about different things, but I looked at the forecasted growth rate in US GDP as kind of a ceiling on the qualitative growth rate for the utility proxy companies.
Okay. I'm kind of going a little bit from memory. My notes aren't super clear here. But it seemed to me you came up with a growth rate of 3.8% is what's sticking in my head here.
Yes, that is a growth rate of, well, 3.5%.
Oh, 3.5.
I believe. But still, yeah, that's based on long-term GDP growth rate projection,
Okay.
the Congressional Budget Office.
And in your testimony, you made the distinction between short-term analyst rates of growth. Short-term, I guess in this case, 5 years, meaning short-term. And as I understood it, your feeling was that's not appropriate to use in a model that goes out many years beyond that.
Right. In the DCF model, we're technically growing dividends or cash flow out to infinity. But since that's pretty abstract, you could just say a very long time. And by then that it's discounted back so much that it has a pretty small impact mathematically anyway, if you were to do it year by year. But long term in this context is certainly longer than 5 to 10 years. And so the growth rates published by the commercial analysts are by definition, I mean, they're not long-term growth rates, and so they are short-term growth rates. And I think they're just focused primarily on quantitative metrics. It doesn't seem to me that that there's a qualitative aspect, at least in the way that I would think of it, behind those growth rate estimates, with an understanding of rate making and utility operations and just what is going on from a qualitative standpoint of growth for these companies. I think those analysts, and it's not necessarily wrong for them to do this from their perspective, but I think they're just focused primarily on quantitative inputs.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that what those numbers are used for is it's a different use. It's not designed for use in a DCF model with this longer term perspective. The numbers that they generate aren't designed for that particular use. Is that a good way of putting it?
Yes, I would say that I would agree with that. That would be my opinion of that situation.
Okay. So you talked about qualitative versus quantitative. What are some of the qualitative factors that you don't believe are being considered in those numbers?
Well, I think it's the fact that inherently, and at least in my view, utilities, U.S. utility operating companies are just inherently very low growth companies. So if another company, if I was to ask to do like a growth rate analysis on Starbucks or something like that, you could start crunching historical numbers right off the bat as far as how have their earnings and dividends grown in the past, and you could project that going forward. That certainly wouldn't be wrong to do that, but I would think at first, if you're being serious about the analysis, you'd want to see what the company actually was doing and planning for its growth. And if the company said, no, we're really happy with, we have a Starbucks on every corner in the US now, we're happy with that, we're done growing, well, that might be an indication that their growth going forward is going to be slower than how it has been in the past, which is a general trend for companies and industries in general. But if the management were to say like, oh, we're expanding to developing markets and other countries and all this, then that might be an indication that growth is going to continue to be high going forward. And so for utility companies, what typically I'll ask in discovery questions about projected customer growth or demand growth and things like that. And usually the utilities' own projections are sometimes, I mean, usually less than 1% on those types of factors. And you know, another thing, an aspect of the regulatory model that we operate under, I mean, increasing rate base can lead to growth, but if you're taking that type of concept into a competitive environment, a non-regulatory environment, I guess going back to the Starbucks example, I mean, Starbucks tearing down a store and then replacing it with another store isn't growth, unless that strategy is going to, you know, cut into the market share of a competitor or attract new customers or something like that, then perhaps it could be. But just retiring and replacing assets to serve essentially the same customer base is not an indication of qualitative growth from my standpoint.
Mhm.
But it may result in quantitative growth in terms of rate base and the other types of factors that perhaps a value line analyst would look at.
Mhm. Well, if growth in revenue is less than 1%, and this is, we pulled up an exhibit based on Energy Information Agency data earlier, and it's over 10 years. It's a little bit of growth, but less than 1% in revenues. And you have even your growth rate estimate of 3.5% in a DCF model. At some point, it seems like you're not going to have any cost of sales here. You're going to be, I mean, how else can earnings grow? Am I seeing that correctly?
Well, I have heard those discussions today, and that is a good point to bring up. Anytime you see some kind of a growth indicator, I don't know if it was revenue specifically that you were looking at. Perhaps it was revenues, but I mean, I tend to even look at customer growth or demand growth or something like that, where it kind of gets directly out of the income statement and gets to arguably more qualitative factors, and those annual growth rates are usually less than 1% for any utility. And another thing I talk about in my testimony is you can get kind of caught in a feedback loop. So, for example, if a regulator granted a 10% rate increase every year, and not that would necessarily translate to earnings growth, but just for the sake of this discussion, that could translate to growth in earnings of 10% each year. And then you could use that growth rate back in the DCF, and you just get caught in a feedback loop. Of course, that's an extremely high growth rate, but just to kind of make the point, I think it's good to get out of that echo chamber and get to more qualitative factors. And then if you assume that a utility's earnings qualitatively would at least grow by the rate of inflation, which is about 2%, and then start to consider those other qualitative elements, and even be maybe on the high side of estimating those. Maybe you could get to 3 or 3.5%, like I've estimated in my DCF, which is also equivalent to projected nominal US GDP growth. And then I with the understanding that you all prefer the DCF over the CAPM, if we were to go check the results then with the CAPM and the reasonable inputs there, at least in this case, and in a lot of cases, other than when there's a little period through 2020 where I saw a little bit more divergent results between the DCF and CAPM with the way that I approach those models. But in this case, I mean, I get almost identical results with the DCF and the CAPM, and I'm never aiming to do that. I never try to do that. I don't know what the final result's going to be until all the inputs are plugged in, the calculations come through the other side, and then I don't adjust the results after that. So in this case, they're pretty much identical, which gives me even more comfort as an analyst that approach with that growth rate in the DCF model is fundamentally sound.
Okay. So again, a question I've asked a couple of other witnesses. Well, first I'll just get one or two questions about this feedback loop phenomenon. And I notice it in testimony, people are always checking to see what the awarded ROE has been with other utilities. And in a lot of the testimony, a lot of time is spent pointing out what other utilities are earning. I interpret your testimony, and tell me again whether I'm correct or not, to say that that phenomenon is part of that feedback loop that perhaps gets utilities out of sync with risk-related returns in other markets.
Yes, yeah, you're correct about that interpretation of my testimony. I think there's several different feedback loops. So one we were just talking about is kind of using analyst growth rates, but the feedback loop you just talked about is even worse than that because I don't completely blame people for wanting to do that. I mean, I can see the kind of the intuitive appeal of doing that if a commission or regulator out there wants to kind of see if what they're doing is reasonable. It makes some intuitive sense to go see what other regulators have done, but the way it plays out in reality is that it at least in my opinion, although I think it's closer to fact, it just perpetuates awarded returns that are clearly higher than market-based costs. So yes, I would agree it's not advisable to do that, but instead to focus on reasonable and fundamental applications of financial modelings that assess risk and relative risk, such as CAPM and then the DCF as well.
So again, I've asked a couple of witnesses before you came on. There are entities that are not invested in the markets and don't have conflict of interest that do analysis of the type that we ask for here. I mean, I'm sure they use DCF and CAPM models, but they provide their research and analysis to clients. And I mentioned pension funds as an example. And I know Wilshire Associates, I just use them because they work with PARA. And I just looking at their stuff, I see that's who they work with. Do you think those kinds of companies could perform a service in the rate making process, not doing necessarily the same analysis that they do for a pension fund, but one that's relevant to what we do in the rate making process? Do you think those players might add some perspective and a better ability to compare what we're doing in the utility rate making universe to the larger marketplace?
Oh, perhaps they could. I don't think I'd have a reason to say why they wouldn't be able to do that.
And I'm saying that because, they look at all kinds of markets. They look at private equity. They look at, S&P 500. They look at real estate. They're looking at a really big investment universe to compare where an investor can put their dollars. And I guess that's what influences me to wonder whether they could be helpful, because they're looking at the full investment market, not just at a slice of it. Is that a good reason to think that they might, or am I just barking up a wrong tree here?
No, I think what you're saying makes sense. But I was going to add too that although I don't look at a lot of different indices and things like that, but by looking at the S&P 500, and to the extent that other analysts are doing that too. You know, we're also looking at the market as a whole in our analysis as well, and using that as a benchmark. And that's kind of the ceiling I described earlier. Now, it's not a ceiling for all stocks. It's just a ceiling for low beta stocks or stocks with betas less than 1. That required return on the broad market, which maybe is 8.5% or something like that, I think is a ceiling for utility stocks. So I don't want to get too far away from your question. I have no reason to think that those types of analysts wouldn't be able to provide some insight as well. But I just wanted to add that we also do,
Sure.
look at the broad market too.
Sure. And the reason I'm asking is, and Mr. Cahal said that he basically believes the DCF model, it really incorporates that comparison to the rest of the market. Do you agree or disagree with that?
Oh, well, I don't know if I disagree. He was saying that the DCF. Can you?
I'll give you a little context if that helps.
Okay.
So I had, I'd asked basically just the same question I asked you. Would it, getting a quote, and I know everyone testifying here says they're objective, but getting an objective, uninvested analysts or a group of uninvested, an index of what those folks are projecting that are not invested, that are doing analysis for various entities, provides a point of comparison to the market that, as I read everyone's testimony, I don't really see. All the comparisons are to utility companies, it feels like. And so I said that to Mr. Cahal, and I said, well, how do you feel about that? And he said, well, he felt the DCF model actually does a pretty good job of that. And I'm wondering that if our proxy companies are always utilities, if that's true.
Well, I would say that well, a couple things. I do think our approach of using a utility proxy group is a good approach, particularly when we're analyzing companies that don't have their own stock. And so if we're gonna conduct the DCF and CAPM, it's really helpful to have publicly traded companies. And I think the most comparable publicly traded companies that we would use as a proxy for the utility being analyzed is utility companies. I think that approach is a good, sound approach. But I think to get at what you're also describing with taking information from the market outside of utilities, I think that's important too. And what I would want to emphasize is that we, or at least I think other witnesses have too, but I know that I have, when we consider the equity risk premium in the CAPM, that's what we are doing. We're putting aside the utility being studied and the utility proxy group, going to the broader market. And as part of my equity risk premium analysis, I look at, you talked about objectivity. I look at expert surveys where the respondents are not, it's not like they're utility companies or customer representatives. This number is important to all kinds of analysts, even outside of the regulatory walls. And so people are very concerned with the equity risk premium. So I consult expert surveys when trying to determine that. And as well as the equity risk premium published by analysts. We talked about analyst growth rates, but in a different context, I think equity risk premium published by analysts could be considered as part of a equity risk premium analysis. But if you're talking about indices to analyze, I am a big fan of using a utility proxy group to conduct the DCF and CAPM inputs. And I'd wondered about the marginal value of conducting those cost of equity models on companies that are outside of a utility proxy group.
Okay.
But that's my opinion.
Okay. So, but comparison to the larger market, you feel is a nice check on what you get as a result from your DCF model. Would that be a good way to, just to be sure your results make sense?
Yes, yes. If I'm conducting the DCF model on a utility proxy group with an average beta of less than 1, then when I go and look at the risk-free rate plus a reasonable estimate for the equity risk premium in order to assess a cost of equity for the market, my DCF result for the utility company should be less than the cost of equity estimate for the S&P 500.
One last question.
Okay.
This is from the testimony of Patricia Martin, direct testimony on behalf of SPS. Tell me if you've got that.
I do.
Okay, and I'm going to page 30.
Okay, I'm there.
And again, Mr. Call and I had discussed this. So starting at line 5, talking about off-balance sheet obligations that the rating agencies include in their analysis. And you can give that paragraph a quick read.
Okay.
This is Thor Nelson. Commissioner, I'm sorry, I'm a little bit behind you and the witness here. What page of Ms. Martin's
I'm
testimony
sorry,
are you referring to?
Yeah, page 30, direct
30.
testimony of Patricia Martin.
Thank you. My apologies.
No problem.
Okay.
So anyway, I looked back through some of our prior rate cases because I hadn't ever seen references to the off-balance sheet obligations in my limited experience. So my question to you is this something that gets discussed regularly in the context of equity ratio in your experience in the industry?
I would say no. I typically don't see that discussion.
Okay. And on line 11, it says, for example, a regulated equity ratio of 54.72% translates to an economic equity ratio of 51.27% under S&P's methodology. So that's basically, as I read it, applying that $358 million of debt adjustment to the actual balance sheet to come up with what they would call a real world balance sheet, I suppose.
I think that's, yes, I think that's what she's essentially saying there.
Is that appropriate for us to consider in rate making?
Well, I mean, I guess I wouldn't say you shouldn't even consider it. You know, I tend to approach the capital structure issue a little bit differently than that, and you know, look at the proxy company capital structures is kind of, not that that's always an absolute indication of a reasonable. I usually just speak in debt ratio. Of course, the equity ratio is just the inverse of that. But you know, if you're trying to assess a reasonable debt ratio for, you know, the utility, I do think that looking at the proxy debt ratios can be one indication of that. And as a reasonableness check, again, not that you would ever point to one factor and just say that's the answer, but also looking at the debt ratios observed in other industries around the country and perhaps some similar industries to kind of see what they're doing outside of the regulatory walls again, as an overall assessment. But I suppose you could consider all of the factors and, you know, trying to assess the reasonableness.
So included in that, based on the information that we got just today in Exhibit 5, as of 2019, I guess it was, there was $205 million of liabilities attributed to purchase power agreements, based on a total, I think, of about 4 billion, roughly, in total liabilities, if you're to look at the length of those contracts. And I've expressed concern that to a large degree, I don't see how PPAs are a liability because they're a flow-through charge to customers and you kind of get immediate reimbursement. Wouldn't you book an asset right next to that liability? What's your thought on that?
Well, that's how I would be. I think I'd be inclined to look at it the same way. It's probably an issue. But I suppose with any issue, I'm willing to change my mind if I saw a good, you know, argument otherwise. But that's, and again, as your first question established, I usually don't see that argument from a utility witness, so it's not an issue I've thought a whole lot about. But that would be my impression of it too, is what you stated, to maybe not give it as much weight as the company is here.
Now, it has been argued, to be fair here, that there is some regulatory risk potential that the regulators might suddenly find the PPA imprudent in some way or another, or that some other business condition may get in there that, you know, who knows, and that therefore it makes sense to perhaps book a percentage, which is kind of what S&P's done here. As I said, 205 million versus 4 billion out 20 years or whatever it is. Any thoughts on that?
Well, I mean, you know, again, I'd have to think a little bit more about it. That might not be completely unfair, just conceptually. But I still, you know, I think it's also pretty persuasive to look at the debt ratios of the proxy group too, and what we're seeing a little bit more in the real world, to the extent that those are, you know, parent companies in the proxy group that aren't directly regulated. I think we get a better indication of what the type of debt ratio you'd observe in a more of a pure market environment. I think is a little bit stronger indication of where a fair debt ratio for SPS would be, but it's not that these other things necessarily should just be ignored too.
Yeah. And in your estimation, I think you said a 50-50 capital structure was what you were recommending. Do I recall that correctly?
Yes,
Somewhere
that's
close.
right.
Okay, good. When I'm reading through, I'm terrible at taking notes.
That all the questions you have, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, I'm gonna stop right there. Thank you very much, Mr. Garrett.
Thank you.
Okay, I think it's probably appropriate for us to take our afternoon break at this point. I have that it is 3:45. So why don't we break until 3:55? And I believe then Commissioner Hall has questions for Mr. Garrett. So we are recessed for 10 minutes and I would also, well, yeah, we're recessed.
Madam AG. Oh, I lost her. So Cynthia, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Okay, I'm gonna need to disappear for the rest of the day here. I've got an appointment now myself.
Alrighty.
So you might want to let H.E. Hurst know that I'm not going to be back in case she's wondering.
I'll let hearing examiner Hurst know.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, and I'll see you tomorrow then. You're gonna be back tomorrow morning? Or not?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I'm gonna be questioning Deascendis tomorrow morning briefly, so, or my plan is to. I don't know what she's got in mind, but I hope so.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Commissioner, hi, this is Joan Drake. I just wanted to, in terms of scheduling witnesses, I just heard that you're going to be gone the rest of the afternoon.
Yes.
Did you have questions for Mr. Gorman?
I did have a couple of questions, but I think the territory's been covered pretty well in terms of capital structure. So I think we can. I don't think it's going to add much to what we've already discussed.
Okay, so do you want us to just go forward with him this afternoon?
Yeah, you can go forward with them, and I don't think we'll miss anything.
Okay, all right, thanks. I just wanted to make sure you had a chance to ask him
Yeah.
questions if you wanted to.
How you doing, Joan, by the way?
Fine, I'm fine. Except for the internet glitches, I'm fine, thanks.
You don't realize how stunning you are once you're frozen.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's really comforting, thanks.
I just wanted you to know.
Oh, yeah. Somehow I don't believe that, but
It wasn't.
it was nice of you to try to say that.
Well, you could get stuck frozen with your tongue hanging out and drool dripping off, and
Yeah, I'm
that
sure I
didn't
have
happen.
been too.
Okay, catch
All
you later.
right, thanks. Take care.
Take care. So see you later, Steve.
How we doing, Mr. Lee?
Good, Judge.
Good.
Hi, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Hello there, Commissioner Hall.
Hi, I just left you a voicemail.
Okay, do I need to listen to it?
Yeah, probably it would help with organizing.
Okay,
Or I
hang on.
can call you.
All right, hang on just a minute.
Okay.
Oh, okay, Commissioner Hall. Listen to that, and I think I'm clear on that. Well, do you have questions for Mr. Garrett?
I do.
Very well, please.
Thank you. Are we going back on the record now?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Garrett.
Good afternoon.
So I have a few questions for you. On your rebuttal testimony on page 89, you take issue with the support for witness Kyle's range of 5% to 8% for market risk premium, specifically because it was published in 2006. Is that correct? Do you recall that? Lines 2 to 5 on page 89 of your rebuttal testimony.
With apologies, Commissioner, this witness did not file rebuttal testimony?
Oh, wait, wrong set of questions. Well, that can be mystery questions for later.
Had me worried for a second. I was.
Pardon me, wrong piece of paper.
No problem. I was looking for my rebuttal testimony real quick.
Just messing with you. No, not really. Okay. 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 So how did you arrive at your cost of equity estimate of 7.4 to 8.0%?
Well, I used the DCF and CAPM models, and that is an average of the results of those two models essentially.
Okay.
And I'm happy to walk through any details of those. Okay.
I'm sure you've talked about it already. Why is the top end of your cost? I've got follow-on questions, so you'll still have to probably respond to some extent. Why is the top end of your cost of equity range 8%? And why is it a reasonable estimate for overall market cost of equity, which effectively represents a ceiling for SPS's cost of equity?
Well,
and please describe the theory behind this ceiling.
Okay. Well, the purpose, well, we're ultimately trying to get to in these cases get to a fair awarded rate of return. But the first step of that is determining the cost of equity for the utility. And you can also, though, determine the cost of equity for any asset, or I guess group of assets. And in this case, it's very instructive. Well, in lots of financial analysis, it's helpful to estimate the cost of equity for the entire market. And that's what we were talking about with Commissioner Fishman about. We use the S&P 500 as a proxy for that. And the reason that the cost of equity for the S&P 500, wherever you measure that to be, is going to be a ceiling on the cost of equity for any security with a beta of less than 1 is just due to how the math works out there. I mean, the CAPM is essentially doing that. It is taking and considering the cost of equity of the entire market, but then it applies that relative risk measure of beta to that, which can either raise where you were at the cost of equity of the market, it can raise that or lower it. And in the case of the utility proxy group in this case, because their beta is less than 1, it takes the cost of equity of the market and then brings it down because you're multiplying it essentially by something less than 1.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's why we do that analysis. And I do come up with a ceiling of 8% in this case, because I'm performing an implied equity risk premium model that essentially conducts and I didn't come up with this model, but it essentially conducts a DCF analysis on the entire S&P 500 is basically what it's doing. And when we do that, we come up with an equity risk premium of about 5.8%. And then when you add the risk-free rate on top of that, which is about 2%, that's where you get to the 8% ceiling.
Okay, thank you very much. How do you reconcile the difference between this ceiling and SBS's estimate of its cost of equity?
Well, there's a big gap there. So there would be a few main things to point to there. And one, well, since we're talking about it, I think one of the main factors is the difference in estimates of the equity risk premium. I come up with an estimate of about 5.8%. Duff and Phelps, a relatively recent report, about still less than a year old, and this number doesn't change much from month to month, but they came up with an estimate of 5.5%, which is pretty close to mine. I consulted a survey of an expert survey on the equity risk premium that came up with a result of 5.6%. And so there's several different sources we can look at to kind of indicate this idea of a fairly narrow range of about 5 to 5.5%, or maybe even a little lower than 5. Then Mr. Diascendis, I believe he may have had multiple equity risk premium estimates, but I know they ranged as high as 11.86%. So that's a very, very big difference right there between my opinion and the opinions of those survey respondents and his opinion about the equity risk premium. I think that's one of the main drivers between our cost of equity differences. And then another factor could be the growth rates in the DCF model. Although I do think the main primary factor to highlight would be that equity risk premium estimate.
Okay. Let's see, SPS does not use a ceiling for a cost of equity based on the overall market, do they?
I'm sorry, can you ask the question again? SPS
Yes.
does not use
a ceiling for the cost of equity based on the overall market, do they?
Well, I think Mr. Diascendis, he may not use the word ceiling, but I think he would also essentially have to be doing that. It would be taking his equity risk premium of 11.8%, or at least one of them at 11.8%, and then adding whatever he believed a good proxy for the risk-free rate is. So if let's just say, just for make the math easy, I don't want to mischaracterize his testimony, but let's just say that if he, estimates 12% for the ERP equity risk premium and 2% for the risk-free rate, then he's essentially saying the required return on the market would be 14%. You just add those two numbers together. I'd have to go back and see what his risk-free rate estimate was, and he may not use the word ceiling, but that's what his whatever those two numbers together are. Let's say the 14% is equivalent to my estimate of the 8% that we just talked about.
Okay. See, SPS contends that the commission should accept their current equity ratio rather than use the target equity ratio of 50%, which you recommend. What's the benefit of a 50% equity ratio relative to SPS's current equity ratio of 54.72%?
Well, when you say benefit, I guess one benefit, all else held constant, would be a lower rate, but I don't necessarily approach the issue from that perspective. I think I'm trying to estimate what the capital structure, let's just say debt ratio, the debt ratio that you would observe for this company if it were more in a non-regulated environment. What would the debt ratio be in like a purely competitive environment? So one benefit of moving closer to what, in my opinion, would be more of an optimal market-based debt ratio is just that it could arguably be considered more fair if you're just looking at that issue on its own.
Do you have to think of it as outside the regulated environment in order to determine a benefit from that ratio?
Oh, you wouldn't necessarily have to think about it like that. That's just one approach I take when I'm looking at capital structure is that from my opinion, regulated utilities, especially the operating subsidiaries, don't have the same natural financial incentives that a competitive firm outside of the regulatory environment would to issue sufficient amounts of debt in its capital structure. So non-regulated companies do that just kind of automatically. It's just going to happen because if they're starting at 0% debt, yeah, they'd have an excellent credit rating, but the shareholders want to issue more debt because this is just speaking generally, but it increases profits. It can maximize firm value. That doesn't mean you want to get the debt too high. There is a cutoff point, sort of an equilibrium that's reached there that balances risk with financial risk with profits. But I guess the point is in a non-regulated environment, that's just going to kind of happen more naturally because companies are incentivized by the opportunity for profits there. But in the regulated environment, it's turned upside down a little bit in that all else held constant, a utility can increase its revenue requirement by not having too much debt, by having lower debt.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's one perspective I look at it. It's not that you would necessarily have to completely ignore that you are operating in a regulated environment, but that's something one perspective I like to take on the issue.
Okay. Please describe the concept of gradualism and why you chose to recommend an ROE based on this qualitative concept rather than the cost of equity evidence that your CAPM and DCF studies demonstrate.
Excuse me, one moment. Hearing Examiner Hurst, I'm going to offer an objection to the form of the question. And my issue with this is the question relates to a recommendation, and I just want it to be clear in the record that Mr. Garrett's original filed testimony included recommendations which are now supplanted by a stipulation that was reached. And so I just would hope that the question is clear whether the commissioner is asking about his original recommendation or this issue as it relates to the stipulation before the commission, just because I'm concerned about potential confusion given the form of the question.
Commissioner Hall,
Um,
are you asking him?
This refers to his direct testimony, so it would be his original,
Okay.
discussion of it.
All right, I appreciate that clarification.
Yep.
And Mr. Garrett, I mean, your client does support the stipulation, correct?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, okay. Well, gradualism typically is that concept's typically applied, rightfully so, as a protection for customers to avoid rate shock. And I think just generally speaking, it's a good thing to think about, a good rate making principle to always be considering. It's usually not applied for the benefit of shareholders, but given the unique aspects of this issue and the fact that utilities are inherently low risk companies, I talk about that at links in my testimony, and there's verifiable, we have objective data to point to that, particularly in the form of betas. But if awarded ROEs were to swing drastically, it's kind of antithetical to the idea that utility stocks are low risk. One of the reasons they're low risk, arguably, is that there is some consistency with awarded returns. So while I do think they should be generally speaking, lower in the country, I think it's always advisable to keep gradualism in mind with those kinds of decisions too.
How do you respond to Mr. DeSantis's assertion that your ROE recommendation should be given zero weight because you recommended?
I'm sorry, Judge. I can
Sorry.
barely hear you.
I'll make it louder. Sorry, you have to just get closer.
Uh,
How do you respond? How do you respond to Mr. DeSantis's assertion that your ROE recommendation should be given zero weight because you recommend an ROE that is not based on your studies?
Well, I do, of course, I disagree with that. And I do hear that rebuttal and from different utility witnesses and other cases as well. But that's premised, what he's saying, it's that the argument's premised on the idea first that the awarded ROE has to equal the result of some financial model, which of course it doesn't from any reasonable interpretation of Hope and Bluefield. So that's one. Those two numbers don't have to equal each other. I know that Mr. DeSantis's approach, I believe, and other witnesses take this approach too, where they are recommending an awarded ROE based on the results of their DCF and CAPM. Of course, the main problem there is the results of their DCF and CAPM are just so incredibly high and unreasonably high. So that's problematic in and of itself, at least in my opinion, that they're high. But there's nothing that says that the awarded ROE has to equal the result of a particular financial model. And so for that reason, my just in general, my recommendation shouldn't be disregarded.
Okay, thank you. Could you please describe the trade-off between the 160 basis point differential between your calculated cost of equity for SPS of 7.4% and your recommendation of 9.0%?
You mean to explain the difference between those two?
Yeah, and the trade-off between the difference.
Well, the 9% necessarily is based on an element of judgment on my part when it comes to as we discussed based on gradualism, and so it's not tied to the result of a particular model, where it's of course the 7.4% is directly tied to the result of a model. But you know, that I think the trade-off would be, I mean, it's just arguably it would be a pretty sudden change in the awarded ROE for it to be as low as 7.4%, and that's just kind of doesn't really comply to the gradualism principles we talked about that. So it really does come down to an element of just professional judgment and considering in those rate making principles on my part.
Okay. Well, while a gradual approach could prevent shock to SPS's shareholders, at what cost does that prevention impact ratepayers?
Well, it is certainly a balancing act, and so that's why there's usually a range that you could consider for an appropriate awarded ROE. I think, but I do think in general steps in the right direction. Again, if we're talking about if we were talking about this issue and generally, and I know we have a settlement here, but if we're just talking about the issue broadly, it's, I do think that the numbers should be coming down as far as awarded ROEs go. And as they do that will be good for ratepayers. And so, I guess any step in the right direction from that perspective is good.
Is this a fair balance, do you think, between to both shareholders and ratepayers?
The settlement or
your recommendation?
Well, at the time I made my recommendation under those circumstances. Yes, every recommendation that I make, I do believe is a fair one to both. Really to both, even though I represent customers, it's also that my recommendations are arguably very fair towards shareholders too, because they're, it's above the cost of equity for the utility.
What about the settlement? Do you think that's a fair balance to both shareholders and ratepayers?
Well, I think by implication, and maybe this is my part of my legal background and economic background kind of coming into play, but if the parties have, parties to any agreement have agreed to that, I would think that's a strong indication of fairness.
Well, are you aware they state that they don't agree? That was a point made by witness Kale earlier today.
Don't agree on the stated the ROE aspect of it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, that's my understanding. Is that the stipulation does not specifically establish an ROE, so there's no precedential aspect to that issue. I thought earlier just asking about generally the stipulation being fair, but yes, that's my understanding, is that we're not establishing an ROE with the stipulation here.
Do you think the settlement agreement strikes a fair balance between the interests of the shareholders and the ratepayers?
Well, I wasn't part of those negotiations, but again, I think yes. What as just a general rule, a good kind of a default answer, more or less, would be yes. If the parties have agreed to it, I think that is a very strong indication of fairness to all the signatories.
We'll move on. Why should a company minimize its weighted average cost of capital to its lowest reasonable level?
Well, this kind of goes back to what we were talking about for a non-regulated company. There's going to be a natural incentive, natural economic incentive for them to minimize capital costs. I guess you could think about it like other costs of the business. Minimizing those costs has a profit maximizing effect. And so, again, utilities don't have that same incentive necessarily to do that, but from an economic perspective, it's still good to minimize those capital costs. And maybe one way to think of it is just, if you think about it like other costs, it's just in general good to minimize costs to their lowest reasonable level.
How does the weighted average cost of capital affect ratepayers?
Well, lower capital cost has a decreasing effect on rates. So it helps keep rates down if capital costs are minimized, again, to their lowest reasonable level.
So minimizing the WACC helps ratepayers.
Yes, and I would agree with that.
What would be the financial impact to ratepayers if the commission approved the stipulated capital structure instead of a 50% equity ratio as you recommend?
I'm not sure what the financial impact, the difference would be there.
Could you please describe let's see, on page 13 of your direct testimony, lines 12 through 17, you described you mentioned the greater weight to the inflated ROE. Can you describe that and how it relates to the weighted average cost of capital and capital structure?
You said page 13 of my...
Page 13 of your direct testimony, lines 12 through 17.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm yes, in general, I think if excessive ROEs, as such as the one that SPS had recommended in its filing, would be harmful to ratepayers if that were adopted. I think is basically what I'm saying here, and just kind of considering the economic impacts of that as well. And that's just that would be very that'd be unreasonably high.
Let's see.
Well, I want to make sure I answer the rest of your question too. Sorry about that. It would be problematic if all of their filed position were adopted with the capital structure and the 10.35% ROE.
Why should awarded returns generally be below the market cost of equity?
Well, they generally should be, because utility cost of equity is below the market cost of equity. And so the idea is that even though they may not ever exactly be equal, that the awarded return should be based on the utility's cost of equity, even if it is slightly above that for a good reason. But either way, I think it would work out to where ideally, let's say, awarded returns would still be below the market cost of equity, just as a matter of fairness in general.
It's undisputed, right, that the utilities cost of equity must be less than the market cost of equity.
Yes, unless there's a situation where you're estimating a beta for a utility that is above 1. Very rarely have I seen that. Sometimes it does happen for an individual company, although I think it might be interesting to dive into the details behind when that does happen and see if it's really what's going on there. But then that's another benefit of using a proxy group. You can kind of, take some averages and so you don't have any kind of strange results like that dominating too much. But I've never seen an average beta for a proxy group be above 1. And so the fact that those betas are less than 1 would mean that the cost of equity for the utility being studied, of why you're using the proxy group, that cost of equity for that utility being studied would be less than the market cost of equity.
Okay, so, well, let's say it is undisputed that the utility's cost of equity must be less than the market cost of equity. So under those circumstances, why does SPS not use the market cost of equity as a check on their DCF and CAPM results?
Well, that's what I was trying to explain earlier. I don't know if Mr. DeAscendis uses it as a check, but in effect, his estimate for SPS's cost of equity is below his estimate for the market cost of equity. I disagree with both of those estimates, but so, well, I guess use an illustration. It won't really come through on the record, but if my estimate for the market cost of equity is 8%, my estimate for SPS's cost of equity is 7.4%. So that dynamic we're talking about works out to where the cost of equity for the utility is less than the cost of equity for the market. For Mr. DeAscendis's estimate, and I don't remember the numbers exactly, but let's just say his cost of equity estimate for SPS was 10.3%, but his cost of equity for his estimate for the required return on the market, the cost of equity of the market, would have been about 14%, I believe. And you'd get that by taking his estimate for the equity risk premium, which was about 12%, and then adding the risk-free rate of about 2% on top of that. And it may have even been higher than that, his estimate, but either way, his estimate for SPS's cost of equity is below his estimate for the cost of equity for the market.
Thank you. On page 23 of your direct testimony, on lines 13 through 15, you note that Hyman and Tillis found that utility equity investors expect about a 7.5% annual return. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. What period of time was this investor expectation calculated for?
Well, it has been a few years ago now. As far as when it looks like the article I'm citing is published in 2016, and maybe they conducted research on a time before then. I'm still, citing those to kind of make the broader point that dynamic still exists. And actually, as it turns out, and it may be somewhat coincidental, my estimate for SPS is right at about 7.5%. I guess it's 7.4. So the numbers, for whatever reason, are still working out. But regardless of the actual numbers, I think that point still very much applies, the point that they're making. And these types of things don't drastically change, like what we were talking about earlier, ups and downs in the market. When you're talking about equity risk premium and expected return, those changes aren't as drastic. So I think these points that they're making, and even the numbers themselves, may still be very relevant.
So then what period of time should that assertion hold true for?
Well, it still holds true right now, I believe. Now they make in their third point there on page 23 that utilities are being granted returns on equity of around 10%. maybe that information of what all the things they say are a little bit outdated as they, the returns have been coming down from there. But normally when you're doing an expected return analysis, I wouldn't go back to 2016 or before to do my analysis. For my equity risk premium analysis, you got to go back in time a little bit to get an indication of using past information to kind of project future information. But my equity risk premium analysis goes back 5 years. My DCF stock price analysis goes back 30 days. I think those are reasonable periods of time for what the type of analysis being performed. But as it turns out, like we said, if you mentioned the 7.5% about an expectation on utility returns, that's what I have estimated for SPS essentially.
So do you think that the authorized ROE should be set around 7.5% aside from the principle of gradualism?
Well, it's hard for me to answer that because I wouldn't set aside the principle of gradualism in making my recommendation for a fair awarded return in a particular case. If you're just kind of talking about in theory, over time, awarded returns approaching market-based cost of equity, I think there's an argument to be made if that's the issue you're looking at in a case. Again, I'm kind of answering these questions, kind of setting aside the settlement and talking more about just the theory behind these things. But I think that you can make an argument that the awarded return should be equal to the utility's cost of equity. There could also be an argument to be made for allowing somewhat of a little cushion, I suppose, as long as your cost of equity estimate really is market-based and objective and not already inflated itself.
What do you mean by cushion?
Well, the cushion would be the gap between the awarded ROE and the cost of equity. I guess you could say, sometimes a business, we talk about a company being really lean. I guess given the nature of utility operations and wanting to err on the side of the companies being healthy, all I was saying is one could make the argument that maybe there'd be some level of cushion if you got down to a truly market-based, very objective cost of equity estimate, which I typically don't see in cases, but you could argue for a little cushion above that. But no, you shouldn't be adding a cushion to 10.35% or even anything in the nines. There's already plenty of cushion built into that. Just to make that clear.
Mm-hmm. So on pages 24 and 25 of your direct testimony, you discussed sticky ROEs that have been authorized by commissions. And in reference to that, would it be considered retroactive rate making, do you think, to decrease an authorized ROE such that it conforms to the overall market cost of equity or slightly below, based on the principle that utility companies generally have a lower risk profile than the market at large?
Madam Hearing Examiner, again, with apologies, I will offer an objection only to the extent that the commissioner's question in this context is calling for a legal conclusion. While I understand David has a law degree, that's not the manner in which he's being presented here. And so I'm just concerned about the legal nature of the question regarding specifically what is retroactive rate making, but certainly have no objection in that context to Mr. Garrett answering to the extent of his knowledge.
And Mr. Nelson, to the extent that this is a specialized area of the law, and typically we have expert witnesses testify not in a legal capacity, but as to their understanding of the statutes and rules and precedents that affect the specialized work they do. So with that understanding, Mr. Garrett, you can answer the question.
Okay, well, I've never put in testimony. I've never testified directly to that issue or of retroactive rate making. I know it does come up sometimes. It's just never really come up in the issues I cover, which tend to be just ROE and depreciation. But my understanding of the issue is if I understand your question, if you're going back and changing an authorized ROE after the fact, I think my impression would be that would qualify as retroactive rate making. And the arguments I raise in my testimony about gradualism, it's always just kind of forward looking and trying to get towards market-based costs. And the adjective sticky here, they both happen to use that word, which I thought was interesting because I think that's a good way to describe the dynamic of capital costs declining at a particular rate and awarded ROEs declining, but at a slower rate than that. So they're still moving in the right direction, but just a little bit more like syrup, or molasses.
What does it mean to say that a firm-specific risk is diversifiable?
Well, that means that, any stock that you were to buy, you're exposing yourself to, well, you have all the market risk, of course, interest rates and just broader economic aspects that are just always there. But then you also have the firm specific risk of anything going wrong with that particular company. And the example I like to use, even though it's becoming a little more dated each year in testimony, is Enron, because it is a good example of, if you had all your eggs in that basket in 2001, you're going to be in pretty bad shape. But if you're fully diversified in the market, you actually, you sleep a lot better at night being fully diversified because you are exposed to still all the firm specific risks out there, but on average, you've essentially diversified all of that away, and now you're just left with market risk, which is what the CAPM is measuring. So I don't know if that's a very good explanation. I think the idea of diversifying and not having all your eggs in one basket is intuitive. That is a good thing to do, and that's really not a bad metaphor to use. But that's why we assume that rational investors are diversified, because they're not getting an extra return for that firm specific risk that they're taking on. They can't say, well, I had all my eggs in the Enron basket, that I took on all the extra risk. Where's my extra return for it? That's not how it works. The market doesn't care about that. It's expecting you to be fully, the investors to be diversified.
Okay. Do you disagree with witness DeSantis's qualitative adjustments to the ROE recommendation, such as the flotation adjustment and the credit risk adjustment, because firm-specific risk is by definition diversifiable and does not get rewarded in the market?
Yes, I do disagree with those adjustments. I mean, I guess just from a practical standpoint, I believe that the starting point, his starting point of the cost of equity estimate is already so high, I would argue almost 300 basis points high, that when I see any kind of adjustment on top of that, I just think as almost just a matter of principle, they could be ignored. But on a technical level too, to the extent he's talking about any risk of SPS, firm specific risk, applying upward pressure to that that cost of equity estimate, yes, I think that should be rejected on a technical level to the extent that risk is diversifiable. Now, flotation costs are a little bit different, not talking about risk as much there. I think that flotation cost adjustment should be generally denied. I mean, it's an interesting issue, but I also would not recommend that they be approved either.
Thank you. Is it your opinion that while the market does not reward firm-specific risk, that commissions regularly make adjustments to authorized ROE based on firm-specific considerations?
I think that some do. Yeah, that wouldn't and it wouldn't surprise me if they do. I'm trying to specifically recall in an order. A lot of times in orders, commissions don't necessarily go into that much detail of why they approved a particular ROE, but they might give some considerations to firm specific risks in their authorized return decisions.
Do you think it's erroneous when commissions do that then?
Well, I don't know if I'd go as far as to say erroneous. I mean, I think it is, you know, it's not that you could completely ignore all of those types of risks, but I think it's pretty well established in, you know, just modern portfolio theory, and it's not really a controversial issue to say that firm specific risk can be either completely or almost completely eliminated through diversification. So to the extent that, you know, utility is arguing that some risk specific to them should require an extra adjustment to the cost of equity estimate or the awarded rate of return, I mean, I would disagree with that. But to say if a commission gave some of those factors some weight as being erroneous, I don't know if I'd necessarily go that far.
Is it your position that it's the commission's duty to create firm-specific risk parity with the proxy group and the specific utility undergoing a rate case?
Oh, I don't know if that necessarily fall within a duty of the commission. I think if we're using reasonable inputs to the CAPM and DCF models to a proxy group of utilities of you know, an adequate size, which they almost always are, then the cost of equity indications from that analysis should be reasonable and be a good, at least starting point, a basis from which to make the awarded return decision.
So do you believe that witness Descendis is unaware of the principle that long-term no company can grow at a rate greater than the economy in which it operates?
Hearing Zimmer Hurst, I would object to that question to the extent it calls to speculation about what another witness may know.
Going to overrule your objection, and you can answer to the extent that you know, Mr. Garrett.
Well, it is true. I don't know what Mr. Descendis is aware or unaware of. I take it from reading his testimony that he disagrees with my approach to estimating the long-term growth rate input in the DCF model.
Please describe how unique the credit risk adjustment, like the one that witness DeSantis proposes, is, and why you disagree with it.
Well, it's a little bit unique. I testify in quite a few cases, and typically the utilities witness will, they have a base cost of equity estimate, which usually I do disagree with based on the inputs they use to the models. But then there'll be a variety of different premiums or adders to that. Sometimes they're given different names and different arguments made for them. But as far as like something like a credit risk adjustment, I've seen it a couple of other places that maybe again called something different. But and I even saw one witness go as far as trying to increase the betas published by Value Line to account for the capital structure of the utility being studied. And for the reasons I disagree with that, and the credit adjustment that Mr. DeSantis is proposing, is that the capital structure, I believe, is already accounted for enough in the betas published by Value Line, such that, not that he made an adjustment to beta, but just in general, I don't think that there needs to be a consideration of the capital structure at that point in the analysis when trying to estimate cost of equity. And you'll notice in the models themselves, the DCF and CAPM, there's not a separate input or adder or factor to plug in the utilities debt ratio or something like that. So I think that would be my answer to it, is that the cost of equity models and the inputs they consider already account for what they need to produce a reasonable cost of equity estimate, and then you can consider capital structure as a separate issue.
Could you please discuss why a commission standing in the place of competition must ensure that a regulated entity is operating at the lowest reasonable weighted average cost of capital, as you mentioned on page 100 and 101 of your direct testimony?
Sure. Well, again, I think it's just as a general course, you'd want to try to minimize all costs to a reasonable level, maybe just as a general rule and a principle in business. And certainly that concept would apply to one of the most important costs of the business, which would be capital costs. So I think the reason what I'm saying here, though, in my testimony, is that while a non-regulated company would have a natural and financial incentive to minimize this cost, regulated utilities don't have that same incentive, and that's why we, why the model is set up the way it is, the regulatory model. So I'm just speaking a little bit more generally about those dynamics here.
Okay. What's the advantage to SPS, if any, and the disadvantage to ratepayers, if any, of the proposed stipulated capital structure relative to the average debt ratio of 52% in the proxy group, or the 50-50 split, which you propose, which you had proposed?
I don't necessarily think there's any disadvantage to any party from the stipulation. Again, if the parties have agreed to the terms they're in, I wouldn't describe any term as being an advantage or disadvantage, but just the result of a mutual agreement.
So now I'd like to ask you some questions based on Mr. Diascendis's statements that I've taken from the transcript of our hearing.
Okay.
So in the transcript for July 26th, on lines 21 through 25, which I don't imagine you've read, but maybe you'll remember this. It's on page 4 of the transcript on lines 21 through 25. Witness Descendus notes that if the ROE is set lower than 9.35, then it would limit customer savings in this case. Do you agree or disagree with this statement?
Oh, I think I would generally disagree with it. I don't know what savings he's specifically referring to there, but just in the context of just hearing that statement, as you read it, I think I would just generally disagree with that.
Okay. Have you reviewed the recalculation of the DCF cost of equity by Witness Descendus?
In his rebuttal testimony?
Yes.
I have seen that. I probably need to see it again to answer any detailed questions about it, but I'm happy to answer any questions, of course.
Well, do you take any issue with any of the inputs or his methodology in his new calculations?
Well, as I recall, his new calculations suffer from the same problems as the original calculations in my mind with in terms of growth. Now, the growth rate being the most pertinent issue there, as far as a period of time which he did, took stock prices or dividends. Certainly analysts can have different opinions about those, but the elephant in the room is of course the growth rates. And so I understand that he updated the models, and that in and of itself is fine, but it suffers from the same big problem as his original DCF models, which would be the long-term growth rate inputs.
So now I'd like to ask you some questions on Mr. Diascendis's direct testimony.
Okay.
Do you see any issues with the group of non-price regulated companies that Witness Descendis chose to compare with the proxy group it's on attachment DWD1, Schedule 6, page 3 of 3 of his direct testimony?
Okay, you said DWD6.
Schedule
Oh,
6.
Schedule 6, right.
It's DWD1, Schedule 6.
I see. Yes, I do have, just as a general matter, I don't think that conducting an analysis on a proxy group of non-utilities adds any marginal value. I suppose in a situation, if we just had one utility company in the country that did not have its own, publicly traded stock price, we would need to go maybe use some proxy group of similar companies to try to assess the cost of equity of that company. But that's not the situation. We have plenty of utilities to use for the analysis. I suppose in theory, using a group of non-regulated utilities could be valuable, but the way I see them conducted by utility witnesses, it's generally providing no marginal value beyond the utility proxy group. And just, moreover, I disagree with the same type of errors that he's, in my mind, using for the utility proxy group are just carried over to this non-utility group. And so I have the same criticisms on those type of errors on a technical level, but then just as a matter of principle, I don't think the model's even necessary to begin with.
Okay. Are you familiar with the GARCH methodology for calculating the market risk premium?
I'm sorry, Judge, I didn't hear that word. Are you familiar with the?
It's an acronym. It's GARCH, GARCH.
GARCH?
Yeah, are you familiar with that methodology?
No, I'm not familiar with it.
Okay. Madam Chair, that concludes my questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Garrett. I appreciate your time.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Hall. Mr. Nelson, are you going to have some follow-up questions for Mr. Garrett?
I do, Your Honor, have some follow-up questions. I don't think it will be overly long, but if Mr. Lee and yourself are accommodating, would be grateful if we could get it wrapped up tonight.
All right, go ahead. Is that all right with you, Mr. Lee?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Nelson.
Thank you, Hearing Examiner Hurst. Mr. Garrett, I just have a couple of questions that I want to follow up with you on, following the discussion that you had with Chairman Fishman and Commissioner Hall. First of all, let me just sort of lay a sort of a foundation here. Your testimony today is on behalf of the New Mexico Large Customer Group, is that correct?
Yes.
And is it correct that the New Mexico Large Customer Group was a signatory to the stipulation now before the commission?
Yes.
Relative to that stipulation, one high-level question I have for you is, would you agree with me that as a general principle, it is what matters most to customers is the rate that they pay, more so than exactly how that rate may have been calculated in a commission regulatory process?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, so let's talk first then about sort of how the outcomes look in this case relative to what was filed, and then how that played into the recommendations that you in particular made. And I don't know if you do this, but it might help. Do you happen to have Mr. Higgins's direct testimony available to you? Because I know that some of the calculations that were done about how your issues translated into dollars were presented in his testimony.
Yes, I have his direct testimony and then the testimony supporting the stipulation.
Okay, and if you could just refer to the direct testimony for me.
Okay.
And in particular, I'll call your attention to page 14 of that direct testimony so that you don't have to try to remember these figures off the top of your head.
Okay, I'm there.
All right. So on page 14, do you see table KCH1, which describes the basically the breakdown of the NMLCG recommended non-fuel rate increase in this case?
I'm sorry, basically the breakdown of the
NMLCG recommended non-fuel increase. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, as a starting point, do you see that the as filed case was approximately an increase of $87.7 million on the base rates? Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And then at the bottom there, you see the NMLCG recommended level of 58.8 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
And I don't know if you were listening to Mr. Higgins's testimony earlier in the case, but by any chance, did you hear him explain that when you take into account the removal of the Lubbock issue, that the NMLCG's recommendation is closer to 60 million if you take that out of base rates and deal with that separately as proposed in the stipulation? Did you hear that, sir?
Yes, I did hear that. I believe I didn't hear 100% of his testimony, but I do recall that.
Okay. So understanding that at least as between SPS and the NMLCG, the bottom line in this case is SPS is recommending 87.7 million at the original filing. NMLCG's filed case, again, taking Lubbock out, was approximately 60 million. With those benchmarks in mind, do you recall what the stipulation revenue requirement increase is?
60, is it the 62.4?
Yes, sir.
Million. Okay. Yes, I mean, I'm seeing it here in the stipulation.
Okay. So the 62.4 million, obviously you would agree with me that that's much closer to the $60 million filed case of the NMLCG as compared to the $87.7 million filed case of SPS. Is that fair?
Yes.
But more importantly, and I just want to focus here now on your issues, you made recommendations that are captured in Mr. Higgins's testimony regarding capital structure and return on equity. And as Mr. Higgins's presents the quantification of that, would you agree with me that your as filed positions would result in a downward adjustment to the SPS revenue increase of about $23.9 million, correct?
Yes, that's what I see from adding the 7.7 million associated with capital structure and the 16.2 million or so associated with return on equity.
Okay, so looking at your issues in isolation, if the case had been fully litigated and the commission had agreed 100% with all of your recommendations about ROE and capital structure, would you agree with me that if you took that 23.9 million and subtracted it from the 87.7 million and change, that what you'd be looking at is something approximating 63.9 or $64 million?
Yes, I would agree with that.
So looking at this from an outcome perspective, even had your proposals been accepted in their entirety, the stipulated outcome is still a better rate outcome for customers, correct?
Yes.
Okay. One of the other issues that we talked about through the course of this discussion was the fact that the stipulation has these some unusual terms about how ROE is treated. And so I just want to go through those with you for a little bit. Do you have in front of you the signatory Exhibit 1, which is the uncontested comprehensive stipulation?
I do.
Okay. And I think you've testified in discussion, especially in response to questions from Commissioner Hall, that as a preliminary matter, I guess as a first thing, am I correct that the stipulation does not specifically adopt a rate of return on equity for general purposes? Is that fair?
Yes. Yeah, that's what I see here. That's my understanding of it.
Okay. So what the stipulation does is it does a couple of more narrow things, and I just want to talk to you about those more narrow things and get your understanding of them. So the first thing that the stipulation does, if you look at page 3 and paragraph 1, do you see where the stipulation discusses the utilization of a ROE of 9.35% for purposes of determining the revenue requirement and resulting required level of customer protection associated with the Sagamore and Hale wind projects. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And do you understand that the savings test that was part of the CCN, Certificate of Convenience and Necessity, for Sagamore and Hale incorporated basically a savings test that would be done periodically going forward to ensure that the customers received a certain level of savings from those projects when you look at the capital costs as compared to the fuel cost savings from the wind outputs. Do you have a general understanding of that?
Yeah, I would say a high level understanding of it.
Okay. And would you agree with me that for purposes of a savings analysis, that if the ROE that was used was lower than 9.35, that essentially it would be easier for SPS to meet that savings analysis because the revenue requirement cost of those wind farms would be less?
Yes, I would agree with that.
Okay, so then for purposes of the savings analysis, do you have any issues with, or are you uncomfortable with applying the 9.35% as done in the stipulation for purposes of that savings analysis?
No.
Okay. The other issue that was discussed involves the reconciliation of how these rates sort of break down and Exhibit D to the stipulation. So I'll ask you to please flip down. Well, before I get to Exhibit D, let me start here just to make sure that we've got this level set. Can I ask you to turn to the stipulation and look at page 4 of the stipulation, the first document?
Okay.
In particular, I'll call your attention to paragraph 8.
Okay, I see that.
All right. So do you see that the stipulation calls for...
One second,
I'm
please.
sorry.
I'm at page 4 of the stipulation, but I don't see a numbered paragraph. I wonder if I'm in the right place.
It's right at the very top on the screen there, Commissioner.
Oh, all right, I'll look at yours. Okay, you mean paragraph 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, I had it. Okay, I thought I heard you say something else.
Oh, I apologize.
No, it's not your fault.
All right.
Okay.
Mr. Gert, do you see in paragraph 8 that there is a quantification of what is described as an unspecified adjustment?
Yes.
Okay, and that unspecified adjustment is 14.9 million and change, correct?
That's right.
Okay, and what is your understanding of that unspecified adjustment in terms of what it is accomplishing in the context of the stipulation, if you would?
Well, my understanding, I guess, is that that's kind of part of the quasi black box, if you will, that more or less resolves the ROE issue with regard to the parties not specifically agreeing to an ROE and incorporating that into the unspecified adjustment. Although there might be a better way to say it, but that's my understanding.
Okay, and so the idea, would it be fair to say that the idea here is that when you look at a variety of other areas of disagreements between the parties, including ROE and some other issues, that the dollar value of those collection of things was settled, if you would, at a dollar value that was unspecified of this 14.9 million. Is that fair?
Yes, that's my understanding.
All right. So I want to make sure that the record is clear then on how that gets translated into the Exhibit D. And so I'll just ask if you could slide down in the document to Exhibit D. And then if your document is like mine, you'll have to flip it around to make it legible.
Okay, I'm there.
And I'll, oh, you beat me. Scrolling slowly. Okay. All right. So setting
Say,
aside is,
excuse me, Mr.
it's page 76 of 84 of the
Nelson. Page, oh, good, thank you.
I'm sorry, that could have been started with, and it might be much easier for people to find.
Do you want to tell me what page of the exhibit it is?
Yes, it's Exhibit 1 of 7 of Exhibit D is where I would like to start, please,
Okay.
Your Honor.
And what did you say the PDF number was? PDF page number?
76 of 84.
Thank you. And we're on exhibit, we're on D as in dog, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Okay. So, Mr. Garrett, I think you were listening in when you've heard over the course of the hearing a discussion of this reconciliation, which essentially describes the revenue requirement calculation from sort of taking book numbers for the test year, which if you look up at the top left-hand corner, you'll see is the 12 months ending September 2020, and then reconciles those with the adjustments in the stipulation down to the ultimate revenue requirement increase. Do you understand sort of at a high level that's what this exhibit is?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you were listening when there was a discussion with the witness Walters earlier today about sort of what this reconciliation does, and in particular, its utilization of the 9.35% figure. Do you recall that? Were you here listening for that?
I did hear that discussion.
Okay. So now, under sort of laying a foundation for the beginning of this, what I'd ask you to do is if we could scroll down. I gotta flip this around again to page 7 of 7. And now we're going to work backwards a little bit.
Okay.
Although not upside down. Yep. All right. So this is, Mr. Garrett, just to orient you, this is now going to the bottom part of this exhibit. And just to sort of level set, do you see there on the bottom right, the very last figure sort of presented in this, the stipulation revenue deficiency is the $62,423,334 figure. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, the number again, 62 million.
$62,423,334.
Thank you.
Okay. And then if you work up this page a bit, and you go, so hearing examiner, if you slide up the page just a tad. Right there at the top of the screen now, Mr. Garrett, do you see where it presents as part of this calculation the weighted average cost of capital at 7.07%? Do you see that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And is it, am I correct that 7.07 is a calculation of using the 9.35% ROE and applying the capital structure per the stipulation, and that yields then this average weighted average cost of capital or ROR of 7.07%.
Yes, that's right.
All right. And one thing that I'll just go here to remind you or ask if you recall, you submitted some answers to Commissioner Bench requests. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
And do you recall that in your answer to Commissioner Bench request number 6, that you were, amongst other things, you sort of discussed a calculation that estimated that every 10 basis points of ROE translated into approximately $1.2 million in change of revenue requirement?
Yes, that sounds right.
Okay. So just to sort of put this all together then, the company's as filed rate of return on equity was 10.35%. Do you recall that?
Yes, that's right.
All right. And so thankfully this makes for easy math for someone like me. If every 10 basis points is 1.2 million and change, if you go from 10.35 to 9.35, would you agree with my approximate math that the revenue requirement impact of that would be about 12 million and change?
Yes. Yeah, the numbers worked out well there. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, very good. So now continuing our backwards process, if you could slide up hearing examiner to one page higher to page 6 of 7 of the exhibit, please. Okay, now here, just to sort of show how this all translates, and just to again refresh your recollection, you recall that the unspecified adjustment that we talked about in the stipulation was characterized as 14.9 million. Do you recall that, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And so now to understand sort of how that specified adjustment got translated into this presentation, do you see that on this page here in the red print, the unspecified adjustment is in this formulation described as $2.3 million and change?
Yes.
Okay. So just then putting this together, essentially what you see in Exhibit D, would you agree with me, is $12 million in change of the unspecified adjustment that has, for purposes of this exhibit, been sort of put into the bucket of the change from 10.35 to 9.35 ROE. And then the remaining collection of that unspecified adjustment has then been, for purposes of this illustration, characterized still as this sort of black box figure, if you would, of the remaining $2 million in change. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
All right. So if we were doing this calculation, and for purposes of just illustrating this, if you wanted to, would you agree with me that it would be possible to reach the exact same revenue requirement figure and, for example, lower the cost of common equity to 9.25 and decrease the unspecified adjustment by 1.2 million? And if you did that, essentially you would reach the same end result, correct?
Yes. Yeah, that's right. I would think there could be a variety of combinations you could get to playing with the math there.
Right. And then so conversely, if you just again play with the math, if you increased the ROE from 9.35 to 9.45, for example, which is the current authorized level, you could again derive the same calculation, but increase the unspecified amount here on this chart from 2.3 million, increase that by 1.2 million, correct?
Yes. That's
Okay.
right.
All right. So would you agree with me that while 9.35 is used for purposes of this illustration, again, sort of back to the original first principle.
Mr. Nelson, but
yes.
can you wait just a second?
Yep.
if you, based on your last example, if you increase the negative 2.3 to make it negative 3.5, wouldn't that decrease your total amount of your settlement revenue requirement?
So with apologies hearing, so when I said increase, what you would have to do is increase the negative so that it goes from 2.3 to 1.1 negative. So it's, you take a 2.3 negative plus the $1.2 million positive, making it a smaller negative.
Well, then doesn't that increase the amount of your, no, okay, wait a minute. Okay, right now it's at 2.3 and that's at 9.35. So if you changed it to 9.25,
And it's entirely possible I'm getting my signs wrong, but let me ask the witness this question, and then maybe this will help. That, Mr. Garrett, would you agree with me that if you increase or decrease the assumed cost of equity, and then increased or decreased as appropriate the unspecified amount, that you could essentially solve for the same end result revenue requirement?
Yes, that's right.
And as I sit here hearing, I get you. I'm not 100% sure which direction all the signs go, but I appreciate that clarification. But I think that was the point I was trying to make. But happy to, if you want to follow up with the witness and see if there's, make sure you get which direction it moves. That would be perfectly lovely.
I guess it seems like to me, I mean, I understand that you have a finite pot of money. And in this illustration, you're saying, here's how we divide it up. And yes, by manipulating the numbers, you can divide it up differently and come up with the same result. Is that the point?
That's the point.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. And so, and I guess, the follow-up point on that is even though the 9.35 was used for purposes of this illustration, would you agree with me, Mr. Garrett, that because the stipulation doesn't specifically adopt any one ROE for general purposes, that you could essentially do this math, increase or decrease the common equity cost, and correspondingly increase or decrease the unspecified adjustment. And even if you did that, as long as you did it in the same amount, you would end up in the exact same spot in terms of the ultimate revenue increase.
Yes, I'd agree with that.
But what other ramifications might occur by playing with that number?
Well, and hearing Examiner Hurst, I think that for
you're not the witness.
Oh,
Mr.
I'm sorry. I thought you were
Nelson.
asking me.
No,
I don't know why
I'm
I thought you were asking me. Please, Mr. Garrett.
Well, I took it that the playing with the numbers is more just to kind of establish the relationship, the mathematical relationship there. I don't know what other ramifications would necessarily come with it, but I guess we're kind of talking about a hypothetical situation there.
Well, for example, if you're looking at, if you go back to the stipulation and you look at page 3, and this is section I, agreement as to base rate increase. And then it says and it says the stated cost of service components associated with the increase, including the items required to be provided under the procedure order, are as follows. And it gives a capital structure of 54.72 common equity and 45.28% long-term debt, which SPS says no one objected to that cap structure. So that doesn't seem like it's an issue. Okay. People agreed to that. All right. So in looking at that, which I believe is the cap structure that was utilized in that Exhibit D, correct?
I believe that's right.
Okay. So we have a number on here that people might be wishy-washy about how they're saying it's supposed to be utilized, but again, uncontested cap structure, okay? And then we have certain other expenses. Then we have information for Hale and Sagamore, and then we get to the paragraph that we've already looked at that says, oh, and there's this unspecified $15 million adjustment, and the adjustment this adjustment includes the adjustment for a 9.35. Well, I think, I don't know that it was you, Mr. Garrett, it might have been the witness before you. I mean, the question was, well, because I'm like, well, if it's not really going to be something that the commission considers to be an authorized rate of return, then other than compliance purposes, why do we even need it? And one of the witnesses says, well, you might need it to, to come up with, you might need this, return on equity number to come up with your weighted average cost of capital, or, that could be used for AFUDC, or there might be some other purpose to determine some carrying charge. What do you think about that?
Well, as far as the compliance, issues, I'm not really sure about that. And even as far as where the number might be used is a little bit, outside the scope of my testimony. I think there was some concerns in some of the discussions, maybe it was Commissioner Fishman, but being concerned about this kind of having some kind of precedential value, or he was saying that you never know what's going to happen going forward. Someone could cite to this, and maybe I'm thinking of another discussion, but there was some concern, I think, that this number could be cited later by a party in the future as suggesting that the commission somehow approved this 9.35%. But my understanding from the stipulation is that that would not be the case, that this does not in any way establish any kind of stated ROE that would have any kind of precedential value.
Well, then you think then that the commission needs to determine a separate return on equity for this case, in addition to the stipulation?
Oh, I don't necessarily think it does. I mean, there a lot of times that there's a complete black box settlements that have no stated ROE at all, and I take it the number is stated here for a very specific purpose, but not establishing some kind of a ROE that the parties agreed to, or that the commission would be adopting as it normally
Well, what is that
is.
specific? What's the specific purpose?
Well, just reading it, I wasn't a part of the negotiations, but it says applicable solely for the reconciliation statements required by Rule 1.2.2.36F and for determining the revenue requirement and resulting required level of consumer protection associated with the Sagamore Wind Project and the Hale Wind Project.
So then you don't think the commission could use this for any other purpose, like establishing carrying costs or the WACC for AFUDC purposes?
Well, I'm always hesitant to say that the commission can't do something. Usually the default is that it could, but this is an unusual. I'm not familiar with this type of circumstance, so I'm not sure. But my inclination would be if it's not an actual stated ROE that could be used for other purposes, that maybe it shouldn't be used outside of the limited scope it's been given here. But again, I'm hesitant to say that the commission, couldn't do something.
Okay. Go ahead, Mr. Nelson. Anything further?
Yeah, so two things in following up on your questions, hearing examiner. First of all, just to correct one thing, Mr. Garrett, you actually recommended a different capital structure than what is agreed to in the stipulation. correct?
Yes, that's right.
Okay, but would you, oh, I'm sorry.
I was saying I recommended a 50% equity and debt
Okay.
ratio.
But do you have a concern that understanding the totality of the stipulation and including the unspecified adjustment, even though the capital structure in the stipulation is not your recommended, do you still believe that the overall package is reasonable?
I do. Yeah, it's, I do. I think, as I was saying earlier with Mr. Commissioner Fishman, that, there's a strong indication of fairness when parties come together and agree to these types of things, and that capital structure is stated as not completely out of line with the capital structures you see for other regulated utilities.
Okay. And you indicated, I think, in also response to Judge Hurst's questions, that you are familiar with other stipulations which do not set a specific authorized ROE, that you've seen that before in your career?
Yes, that's right. It would be a kind of a complete black box in terms of that issue, where it's not stated at all.
Then would you agree with me that in that circumstance, based on your experience, if the commission had a rule or some policy that tied to the last authorized ROE, that what you might do in that circumstance then is look past the case where no ROE was set to the case before it where there was an ROE set?
Yes.
As the last authorized, excuse me.
Yes. I think that's what you would do there, and I've seen that done before.
All right, and then so also then understanding that you had a particular recommendation relative to the ROE issue. Again, taking the stipulation in its totality and as a package, and understanding the limited purposes for which ROE has been expressed and utilized in the stipulation, do you think that the end result reasonably captures your concerns about the company's rate of return on equity?
Yes, I think it does.
Thank you very much. I have no further questions, Hearing Examiner Hurst.
Any further questions for Mr. Garrett? Hearing none. And I guess before you go, Mr. Garrett, I thought I read in Mr. D'Ascendis' testimony that nobody objected to the cap structure, and that's where I got that. So I apologize for misstating on your recommendation of 50-50.
No problem. I thought you were referring to the settlement when you said that, and that's why I thought the no objection was coming from. But either way, it's no problem.
Very well. Thank you, sir. Appreciate your time. You are excused.
All right. Thank you.
And with that and the lateness of the hour, I want to do two things. Well, I'll wait till Commissioner Fishman, so I'll wait for one of those things in the morning. But it is my understanding Commissioner Hall, that you would like the bench request responses to your 6th bench request admitted. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so parties can tell me if I have forgotten one, but I basically have SPS's response to superseding errata 6th bench request filed July 27th as Commission Exhibit 29. I have SPS's revised response filed July 28th as Commission Exhibit 30. And then SPS's response to superseding errata, sixth bench request order, part 2. And that was filed also on the 28th as Commission Exhibit 31. I have New Mexico Large Customer Group and Occidentals response to sixth bench request order and superseding errata. Sixth bench request order as Commission Exhibit 32. And I have the Attorney General's response to the amended superseding sixth bench request order and superseding errata as Commission Exhibit 33. Were there any other responses to the superseding sixth bench request that I did not mention? Hearing nothing. Are there any objections to Commission Exhibit 29, 30, 31, 32, or 33? Hearing no objection, those will be admitted. Couple of housekeeping matters for tomorrow. Mr. Dubois, which witness will be able to answer my question regarding the use of what I will refer to as the illustrative ROE?
Your Honor, that will be Mr. Grant. I can add that we did some looking at one part of your question from a legal perspective, and we believe we have a very firm legal answer to one particular part. Mr. Grant, I'm sure, can give it through testimony, but I can also provide that piece.
Okay,
I'm
Mr.
sorry,
Grant?
sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Dubois, I didn't hear that last statement.
Mr. Grant can address it, but I can also address that piece.
Thank you.
Let's see if we can get it in through Mr. Grant. Commissioner Hall also has questions for Mr. DeAscendis. When will he be available tomorrow?
He can be available as directed by Your Honor and the Commission, but it would be greatly appreciated if we could have a time specified.
Okay. What's your pleasure, Commissioner Hall?
Well, I prefer we do it in the morning.
Okay, let's have Mr. DeAscendis available at 9 o'clock.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And then poor Mr. Gorman's been waiting in the waiting room. I'll try to confer with Commissioner Fishman because I know he has questions for Mr. Gorman. So as I see it, Mr. DeAscendis, Mr. Gorman, Commissioner has questions for Mr. Topler. Then I have the questions for Mr. Grant, and I have some questions for Ms. Ramey. So hopefully we're going to be able to get all 5 witnesses done tomorrow. Otherwise, we're gonna have to come back next week. Okay? Any other procedural matters that we need to deal with before we leave for the evening? Oh, let me ask the parties just in case. I think I know the answer, but I'll go ahead and ask. Did any of the witnesses provide a chart that compared the parties' positions on ROE? Or was any such chart included in a bench request response? Okay, I'm not hearing anything from anybody. I didn't think anybody had, but I thought I would ask. Okay, very well. I thank you all, and we are recessed until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Madam Hearing Examiner.
Thank you.
Madam Hearing Examiner? Before,
Yes, I'm still here. We're off the record now, Mr. Nelson.
oh,
I need to ask you a question too, Judge.
Okay.
I was just, I got there too slowly. Off the record, I believe that if you look at Mr. Diascendis's rebuttal testimony in his summary, he has at least a list of the ROEs of the other parties.
Yeah, and I saw that, but he doesn't have the range.
Ah,
and
that's all true.
So I was kind of hoping that somebody had a range for me, but that's okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lee.
It's just exhibits. There was exhibit 51. I think you admitted I don't have that.
Okay.
And I need to have all the bench requests and all the commission exhibits you admitted so I could turn them out in the transcript tomorrow.
Okay.
Do you know which ones those are? Otherwise I can look them up.
I think I do. Okay, I know that I have right in front of me, I have 29 through 33. And then you just told me.
Let me tell you what I can find.
These are killing my ears.
I bet.
Okay, so and then I need to send you 51.
I need bench request 5. Oh, you sent that. Bench request.
We can't do 5 yet because remember I tried to admit it and then the chair said no.
All right, so I have 7 and 8.
You have 7 and 8, okay.
I need 51. And then the ones you just admitted.
Okay.
29 through 31. Those are the ones I need. If
Okay.
you could send those tonight.
I'll send them before I get away from the computer.
All right, and I'll have your rough draft out in a half hour, 45 minutes.
I appreciate that, and I'm sorry we went over.
Don't worry about it. I know we got to get this done or whatever. Do you think we have a shot at getting it done tomorrow?
You know, I'm really hoping so.
I get the feeling we're going into Monday, and I don't care. I'm available Monday, but I'm not Tuesday.
Yeah. No, I'm really hoping we do. I mean, you know how it is usually on the last day.
Right, but if you want to push long.